door to each other, yeah.
But she came down and she lives up in Cambridge, she'd never been to Cornwall before. She's like, oh my God, this reminds me of home. And I wonder whether there was any degree to which that was the case for you.
That is definitely how I felt when I came down to Cornwall. It's the sea lifestyle, also the Cornish. They're bloody hilarious. And they call a spade. So if they don't like you, they will tell you. And it's very much like New Zealand. We're very honest people. They're very honest, the Cornish. So I felt right at home. But definitely the ingredients that we get here, the foraging, the shellfish, and everything else. So kota means oyster. So when I wanted to call a restaurant, I didn't have a name for the restaurant initially. It was about something that I'd use locally, which reminds me of home. And that's what I mean. Kota is a big oyster. So yes, definitely, it reminds me a lot of home, yeah. And they still take the piss out of me, which is great.
Do you want to update us as to what you're doing?
I'm about ready to finish this dish, so the first dish. So I've just heated up the cuttlefish bolognese, and I've just put that mango ham fat through there. Sort of goes like a translucent colour there. So just got some carrot puree on the plate here as well.
How's it, my bro?
Are the screens working okay now? They are?
Can you
No?
just give those a quick wash, mate. Bring them back.
Can you see?
Just cold water's fine.
No, you can only just see...
No.
It looks lovely.
I've got it on the dot, Gary. Yeah. So, yeah, that's on there. And then we've got the pork belly, which are just slowly cooked on there. And then this cuttlefish, which are just lightly warmed through, and then dusted it in the roasted kelp salt.
Is cuttlefish something that, a normal punter could get hold of very easily, or is it something you have to get through your suppliers?
Yeah, I mean...
It's definitely not available in Tesco.
Everyone goes for squid, right? So, but cuttlefish is just as good, and it's cheaper, a lot cheaper. So, and it's probably more sustainable than squid, but I think people are put off by it, aren't they? So, but it's delicious.
But it's brought in locally.
Yeah, it's just, you can catch it anywhere around here, so... and then I've got this, finish it off with some pickled kelp strands.
Pickled what? I didn't catch that.
This is the pickled kelp.
Kelp,
so
right.
it's essentially a lot of kelp.
Right.
Yeah. And then just a little bit of this roasted kelp oil. Basically what I've done with that is cook the kelp. Dried the kelp out and then really roasted it hard so it sort of goes like a very sort of caramelised colour. And then it's sort of like reminiscent of coffee, sort of caramel. And then we blend it with an oil. So that is... Just put that over there.
Are you putting that together yourselves, or is there someone who supplies it like that?
No, we make that ourselves, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Are you sourcing it yourself, or do you buy it in from a local seaweed
I've got
company?
a forager mate that brings it all in because I don't really have time and stuff like that anymore. And I wouldn't really want to get it from Porthleven, to be fair. But it's
there are quite a few companies that forage around the lizard, though, aren't there? Yeah.
You've got to pick it from the right place. And then this is some more seaweed. So this is, you'll see this all around, washed up on the beaches. This is called sea lettuce. And I've literally just deep fried that. And that is delicious, this stuff.
How do people find out about the right sorts of seaweed to use? Is there a...
apparently you can eat any seaweed.
You can eat anything?
In this country. And, one of the only countries you can eat all the seaweeds, because some of them are toxic. And I'm not sure they take in the toxins like fish and other shellfish and stuff do, so they're quite... They're not as harmful if it is, taking this, because there's a lot of stuff in the sea, especially at the moment.
Yeah, it just absorbs all the...
Yeah.
Where it's sourced, so yeah.
That's
it's about
the
knowing
first
where the freshest water is, basically, yeah.
But normally you're chopping it up and chucking it in as a sort of garnishy flavour.
Yeah, so this stuff we dry as well. We dry this out, and then we put it up into a powder. So a lot of these things are turned into powders, like... Obviously, I've turned the kelp into a powder, mixed it with some salt, and then we dust stuff in it. This one's really good because obviously they're very good thickening agents. So we can,
of course, is it carrageen? Is one of the
Coragen, yeah,
yeah, that's the one.
And so we can thicken up sauces with them. They give great flavour, great colour. They're really versatile.
Fantastic. Do you want to update us as to where you're up to, Ryan?
Right, so I've had quite a few things going on here. I spoke earlier about the hot sauce, so I'm sort of bringing both these dishes together more or less at the same time. We've got, like I said earlier, we've got some lovely Falmouth Bay scallops here, which for all the day boats. lately they've been really good, really plump, really full, really big, large-sized scallops, as you can tell by the shells. So that's part of the scallop dish. For that salad, which is I'm going to serve in the shells, I've got a lovely... So at Kai, we use an Asian slaw, which falls across quite a few dishes. We mix it up and change it up with certain other bits of vegetables, but our base slaw is basically Napa leaf, Chinese leaf, grated carrot. Again, using different dressings, different vegetables. So for the scallop, it's a sort of Vietnamese take with, I suppose, a little bit of Japanese fusion as well. So we've got our lovely slaw base there. I've got some ripe mango, fine sliced it, and then julienned it. So nice fine slices of fresh mango. That's all waiting in there to be dressed later, as we'll get to. The scallops I've basically taken out the shell, washed the shell, and they're going to be seared in that pan shortly. Then going back to so we use a fantastic butcher called Warren's Butchery. They're based in Launceston. And some of being South African and seeing a lot of good quality meat products, I must say Warren's is one of the best butchers in the UK that I've actually seen with the quality of meat that we've been getting in from them. So back to the chicken thigh. So the thigh now I've basically portioned up. We brine our thighs for about 4 to 6 hours before marinating them in lime juice, chili, a bit of sugar. And then I've taken a chicken thigh. I've basically a nice big thigh, deboned. I've cut it into 4 smaller bits, which you can see here. I don't know if you can see there.
Are the screens working on this side? They are. Great. Amazing sort of toffee colour.
Yeah, then I've basically got a lovely spice blend with all the grates, coriander, cumin, some chili powder, garlic powder, onion powder. So you're sort of going along that fried spice blend as per se. Obviously just turned it into a bit of a batter with just plain water, but getting the batter right, not too runny and not too thick. So the thighs go in the batter, and then I've got, over here, I've got potato starch. So that's all there. I've battered it. It goes in the potato starch, and this is where you start getting that lovely sort of fried effect on the outside of the meat. We'll give it a good pat dry, and then I've got a little deep fat fryer here, which I'm going to
I will move out your way.
Finish those in. It'll take about 4 to 5 minutes, and the thigh will come back to, once those are lovely and coloured and got that really fried chicken effect, we'll bring it back to this lovely hot sauce. So the hot sauce, I said I had gochujang, soy sauce, some rice wine vinegar, brown sugar, and basically brought a bit of ketchup with the gochujang, and we brought it together, and in this pan here, we've got our lovely hot sauce. So it's a bit pokey, I suppose, hot, but also when we serve this in the restaurant, the chicken comes out the fryer and it goes straight into a hot, actual oven hot or saucepan hot sauce. So we coat it generously in that, and then we serve it with another version of our Asian slaw. And that version I'm going to serve with a little bit of pickled red cabbage. So we've got the mango slaw, which is going with the scallops, and then using this wonderful salad base with our pickled red cabbage.
Why do you use the potato starch rather than just a sort of wheat flour?
It gives it a lot. It helps crisp up a lot better. And if you see, I'm letting it sit in here, so it sort of gets all blotchy and blotches up, sort of nice and bitty. So by the time it comes out the fryer, you've got those lovely craters of fried sort of effect to it. So
amazing, delicious. And again, is this something that you're serving in Kota Kai at the moment?
Yeah. It's extremely popular at the moment. We've got all our processes and sort of the methods of how we do it, but it's pretty much fresh every day. We got our ordering system really right, so it's quite easy to keep on top of. It's very, very popular. Yeah.
Great, looks delicious. Do you want to tell us what you're going to do with that gurnard on your plate?
Yeah, so I've just been cooking this extremely slowly, trying to. So basically, it's almost cooked. As you can see on there, it's a little bit of raw on the top. I just cook it on the skin for as long as possible, and then it's just literally a couple of seconds on the other side and it's done. So basically this type of gurnard is a red gurnard. I think you get there's tubs and then striker gurnard. They're essentially bottom feeders. They sort of crawl around on the bottom of the bed. They've got these little barbs filling for worms, bits of shellfish and stuff like that. And then so basically I said the sauce for this, might as well finish this off now.
Tell us about this device that you've got in your hand.
It's just an ISI whipper. basically people use it for whipping up cream, stuff like that. We put hollandaises through it. It's a good way of trying to add like a light sauce that's not too thick. It's got lots of flavour. It's a good way of putting a bit of body to it. So, yeah, essentially this is just a bouillabaisse sauce. As you can see, it just pops up like that. So that was essentially a quite watery sauce.
And that's just put through sort of high-pressure nozzle. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Sort of aerated.
Aerated,
Yeah.
And then just a bit of the ramson oil around there like that.
Forgive me for being stupid. Ramson, is that another word for wild garlic?
Wild garlic, yeah.
Right, okay, yeah. The posh word for wild garlic.
No, it's just, there's different type, isn't it? So you've got three-cornered leek, Ramson's is the big leaves,
The
oval-shaped
deep
leaves,
green
and
one.
then it has like a head of flowering little star-like white flowers.
Gotcha.
Three-cornered leek looks like bluebells.
And they're both as sort of versatile as one another, or not?
Yeah, I mean, the Ramsons are great for making oils and stuff like that because the leaves are bigger.
My garden is just literally full of three-corner leek at the moment. I'm not really sure what to do with it apart from make pesto.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And also, having done foraging before, it's quite hard when you go and you say, I'm only going to pick so much, and you sort of end up coming
Come
home
back with
like
8 kilos of...
eight times the amount you want. But yeah.
I suppose pesto's not a bad way of dealing with it, though, isn't it?
What's that?
Pesto's not a bad way of
pesto's
dealing
good.
with it.
Yeah. And like the ramsons, the wild garlic, it's really fluorescent and green. You get a really
It's
nice
incredibly
green.
rich, lush colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you have to put some pickled gooseberries on there from last year, a bit of acidity, a bit of texture, and then some wild garlic again, some baby leaves on there. That's it.
Gooseberries, often paired with fish, for a lot
Very
of us
well,
might
yeah.
seem quite an odd pairing, but I suppose it's that kind of
Great with
citrusy...
mackerel.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially oily fish. Yeah.
And do you use a lot of mackerel at the restaurant?
Yeah. I prefer to eat it raw than anything, rather than cook it, but...
It's the best sushi in the world, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we do weaver fish as well. I was going to do that, but I think I did that last year. So weaver fish is the most underrated fish going.
I've only ever been stung by it.
Amazing raw. So yeah, and we're actually serving that at the restaurant at the moment. So yeah,
They're the ones that come out from the sand and
stab
so your feet.
we don't use those ones. We use the greater weaver, which further out to sea, caught in there like a bycatch. But yeah, deep fried or just slightly salting it and then just eat it raw. It's really, really good. And really sustainable.
And how often are you... I mean, you mentioned that it's sort of seasonal and it depends on what gets delivered to the restaurant. Do you get bored serving the same foods, every few days, or is it changing so much that you're kind of...
You do get bored of your dishes, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Get sick and tired of them?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
And it could be like great, even like after a couple of days, no, I don't like it anymore.
Even something that you were like incredibly excited about to start with?
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, I don't like it now. So off it goes. But like I say, they can just keep evolving, so they do get better. Other dishes that I've been doing for about 15, 20 years, and it's just evolved.
Just tinkering with them every now and then, changing small parts of the seasoning and so on, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so we've got our sort of set menu, which is our sort of skeleton menu. We've had our seasonal lunch offering on, so we have normally 2-3 starters, 3 mains, which we change every other day. We've also had which has come to an end now, but in winter we do our Asian evenings on a Thursday night. So that always is exciting to do, and that's various parts of Asia. Before that we had theme nights from sort of Peruvian, Mexican. So it's always keeping it interesting, but there are obviously, being at Kai, there are those dishes that have become like signature dishes, I suppose, and they've toyed with taking odd things off, and the sort of response you get from the locals are like,
Just
no, don't
leave that alone. Leave that
but
alone.
yeah, so like we try and keep it as interesting as possible. We have a lot of fun with the fish of the day, so that could be anything that's good on the market. I'll have seafood direct. Saul or Julia phone me up, sort of the early that morning or message or pictures of their catch or the market, and say this is what's on for the next couple of days, and yeah, we'll scoop it off there.
I made a joke earlier about Jude not being very Gordon Ramsay-like. How does the culture of a restaurant inflect your kind of day-to-day experience of it? and the person who's at the top. I interviewed a chef called Sally Abbey last year, and Sally, without at any point naming names, there's a whole section of her book in which she talks about this horrific experience that she had with a certain chef. Obviously, I'm not expecting you to say that about Jude, but how much difference does it make, that kind of culture in a restaurant?
Well, I think it's a bit of controversial, but I think, chefs do need a bit of that army discipline regimen. I'm not saying I'm like that or anything, but definitely be firm or fair. But I think a lot of the young chefs, especially, there's that stigma of the chefs you can't shout or anything like that, and sort of breeding. No offence to youngsters, breeding a generation of chefs that I don't know. How would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's been very interesting what Ross is saying from when we were younger, commies and CDPs, on just the environment you worked in and what probably people got away with then to what is accepted now. I think a huge influence on that was, obviously, we've heard enough of it, but COVID. It changed a lot, and the whiplash of COVID, I think, is really made the hospitality industry a very challenging place for owners, for employees to work in. But there's still the passion there, and it's just been able to adapt, I suppose. And you're living in the current time; you can't go back to the past. So
some things have changed for the better, but sometimes there's a sort
when we were younger, we used to do 90-hour weeks and get shouted at all day, and we'd love it, and we'd look forward to going to work. But now the youngsters,
you're so nostalgic
they don't
about
seem like they want to come to work, or there was,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot tighter rules in place now. So, but it is what it is.
You can't bully them like you were hoping when you were younger. Like, one day I'll be the bum.
It's being fair and firm.
Yeah.
Okay,
anyway,
sorry.
good.
Whilst that's all been happening, you've dished up your little chicken.
So as you can see, there's kind of like our fried chicken finish. That was the batter into the potato starch. It's got that lovely sort of fried chicken look to it. And then I've made that hot sauce go straight into the pot of, obviously being hot because it's got lovely peppery flavour to the gochujang, but also it's actually served in a warm sauce. So it's kind of like a double take on that. This we just generously coat the chicken in there. I've also, while we're talking, managed to get these lovely scallops on. Assembled 3 shells. We serve them in the shell at the restaurant as well. It's a bit of theatre and it looks good. So basically we're taking the scallop, putting it neatly on top of the salad. Can you guys see over there?
What's the secret to good scallop cooking?
Obviously not overcook it. I think you want to get a nice caramelization on the scallop.
And is that just using butter, or is that?
We just use butter. You can foam it with butter, or just plain veg oil, nice and neutral flavour. Good seasoning on the scallops as well. So I've got that, and then, like I said earlier, we've got a basic palm dressing here, which is palm sugar, rice wine vinegar, soy sauce, and a little bit of chili blended through it. It's one of our main dressings. This is really sweet, being a palm dressing. So this, we dress the salad very generously. So it's going to give it the dish a really nice sweet element to the salad. And you've got the mango going on there, the crunch from the slaw. So as you can see, nice generous crunch there. What I also did earlier, which I didn't mention, was we did some fried rice noodles. So they're like kind of nice rice noodles that have been puffed up. We've got a lovely little furikake seasoning, which is a sort of Japanese seaweed. There's not much coming out there. Which is sort of dried nori. It's got bonito flakes in it. We put a little bit of salt, bit of sugar, and it's predominantly used as a rice flavouring. However, we have a bit of fun with it. We serve it with sometimes with fries, with chips. This time, I've got the scallops there. I've got the mango salad there. And then the main ingredient, which actually I think lifts the whole dish, is our lovely dried seaweed and yuzu, so Japanese mandarin. And this, we generously coat the scallop. As you can see, it's kind of glazing it almost. And again, not being too shy with it. Some of the chefs are sort of getting this dish right with after, you've got to eat it to experience it. Be quite generous with the dressing. You get all that lovely sweetness and all that acidity going through the yuzu and the palm sugar dressing, etc. Then basically just taking a few of our popped rice noodles and we're finishing it off. Again, very, very simple. The difference, obviously, Ross's cooking and Kota is very uniquely different to what we're doing at Kai. So the same businesses, but standalone, we do completely kind of different things, which is obviously what you want to be. You don't want to be doing the same thing or copying each other, really. So there you go. I've got the rice noodles on there. I've got some lovely little some micro herbs here. So with that, I like to use a little bit of sango radish. So you've got the lovely sort of radishy flavour coming through there. And like I said, this dish we recently changed, and it's absolutely become so popular and it's flying up. So that's the sort of scallop take on what we're doing at the moment. And then back to the Kai chicken. So as I showed you, we fried the chicken earlier. Now it's in the hot sauce. Okay, I'm just going to move that over. And then this plate, we've got our. Can you guys see that plate there? So we've got our lovely pickled red cabbage, slaw base. We've got our chicken thigh going into the hot sauce here and straight on the plate. And then we just lightly finish it with, some lovely fresh spring onion over the top. We use a little bit of mustard frills, which is also a nice micro herb. Some fresh micro coriander. And then we finish it with a nice creamy based ranch dressing. So that kind of we just put neatly on top. And again, just mentioning again how popular this dish is. It's definitely one of the top sellers.
I can see why. So if anyone wants to have this, they can go over to Coach
and
Kai.
Exactly. It's on the menu for lunch right now. It'll be on the menu all weekend. We've got small plates coming in on tomorrow for lunch and for Sunday. With our brunch offering as well, we're doing a really nice kind of off-the-cuff brunch menu starting tomorrow morning and running through the day, as well as small plates. But both these dishes you'll see on the menu through the weekend. So that's two of the most popular dishes at Kai at the moment.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that. Are you both involved in the comedy roast cooking at the weekend or not?
No.
No? I feel I should mention the comedy roast. Comedy roast, if you don't know about it, is on Sunday. Is that right?
Yeah.
At about 4:30? Yeah. Which is happening in this space. 3:30. Happening in this space. It's a 2-course meal served up by some of Jude's minions that will be shouting out from the sidelines. And we've got Kono King, Ed Rowe performing, and other comedians. So it's a comedy roast in that it's food and comedy. So there's still some tickets available for that, I think, and that's going to be kind of long tables in here. So, that's something to look forward to if you're around on Sunday. I think that's probably it, guys. Thank you so much. If there's any questions from the audience, I should ask you if you've got any questions. But if not, thanks so much for putting that on show for us. Should we see if anyone wants to have a little try of that? Should we circulate that around the audience? Okay, I'll help you carrying it out.
How's the knife and fork? That's it. There you go. Yeah, I don't know what the rule is. I don't know. There's some here. You guys got knives and forks? Anything? Yeah. Yes, of course.
We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, and liftoff. Liftoff. 25th Space Shuttle mission and an the tower.
Hello, everyone. We've got the next demo starting in about 5-10 minutes. It's Nicholas Bal from home in Somerset. It's going to be amazing. Come and join us. So we're nearly about 5 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes away? Okay, brilliant. Okay, well, we're about 2 or 3 minutes away from the beginning of the next session. We've got Nicholas Balfe from home in Somerset, who took part in the Great British Menu earlier on this year, who will be cooking up some amazing recipes for us. So please do join us when we start in a couple of minutes' time. Okay, I think we're ready to roll. Welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival. We are here in the... What's the name of this venue? No, Chef's Demo Tent. I thought it had a specific name. What was it? Chef's Demo Tent. It is the beating heart of the festival over the course of the weekend. We've got amazing chefs from around Cornwall and slightly further afield, like today, when we have Nicholas, who's joining us from Somerset.
Hi, everyone.
Nicholas Balfe is... Please put your hands together. Welcome to the stage. Nicholas is, as I say, he runs Home, Holm, in Somerset, in South Petherton, which is just, as I've just found out, just this end of the A303. It's a restaurant with rooms and has...
Come and stay,
exactly.
Yeah.
Has had lots of extraordinary reviews over the last 2 or 3 years since it opened in 2021. You may have seen him when he took part in the Great British Menu earlier this year.
Yes, indeed. Yeah,
where he sadly didn't make it to the final, but was knocked out by the guy that won the whole thing, or the girl that won the whole thing.
Champion of champions.
So,
which makes me
there are worse,
second.
Exactly, places you
Second
there are
in the
worse
whole
ways to go out. Anyway, what are you going to be cooking for us today?
Yes, so I'm going to be making just a couple of dishes that are more or less completely random, but just things that I would like to eat if I was cooking on my day off or whatever. So we've got a really awesome double pork chop here from Philip Warren Butchers. Philip Warren is, some of you might know, a really, really superlative butcher based in Launceston, and they have lots of heritage breed animals. And yeah, this is a really nice pork chop cut extra thick. So you've got 2 chops on there. We're going to cook it on the bone And I'm going to get this going straight away, actually. I've just taken the rind off and heavily seasoned it with loads of salt. And I'm going to start it off in this pan, which is nice and hot. And I think it's going to probably take quite a while to cook. So we'll sort of get that going, which is why I want to get it on straight away. And then we're going to serve that with a salsa verde made with wild garlic. Wild garlic's obviously very much in season at the minute. I saw loads as I was driving here, actually. And just a nice sauce. So that's really simple. And it's because that's going to take a little while to cook, I thought I'd do another dish in between this getting on and this being ready. So we've got some really nice palourde clams, which I'm going to cook with nduja, which is like a chorizo-style pork sausage. And what else are we going to put in there? We're going to put in some three-cornered leeks, which are basically like a wild leek, essentially. They've got a really nice sort of mild, almost like a chive kind of flavour. So we're going to put them in raw, and then just some cider and a bit of double cream as well. So, yeah.
You're going to be using the flowers from the... Are you going to be using the flowers from
I am going to be using the flowers from both the wild garlic and the leeks, actually.
Yummy.
Yeah. So it should be good. So, yeah. So, as you can see, I've just got this double pork chop on straight away. And I've scored the fat. I know it's sort of... it's a very sort of chefy thing to say, but fat really is flavour. And when I'm looking for a pork chop, I always look for a nice thick coating of fat on the cap, but also running through it, the marbling. So yeah, when I saw this, I thought that just looks fantastic. And I'm just rendering out some of that fat. I've got some rapeseed oil in there in the pan, but rendering out some of the actual fat from the pork, which we're going to use as almost like the cooking medium for this, which is going to be delicious. And yeah, it's already starting to get a little bit of colour on it. And I want to get that fat caramelised right the way over. So I'm just going to sort of move it around in the pan to do that. And probably whilst that's happening, I will start making the salsa verde, actually.
Excellent. You're using a cold-pressed rapeseed oil,
which
is seems to be something that people are using a lot more of lately.
Yeah, well, I guess lots of chefs, such as myself, are kind of focusing on provenance and, sustainability and food miles. I mean, olive oil is incredible, and I would never be without olive oil, to be honest with you. But it's really nice to have rapeseed oil to cook with, especially when it's from, close by. I think that's Cornish, so that's really lovely and a reason to use it in itself. So,
has anyone successfully grown olives in the UK?
Don't know, actually. Don't know about that,
I think
to be
Mark
honest with you.
Diacono tried it a few years ago.
Oh, yeah?
The chef and veg grower Mark Diacono, but I don't know what became of that project.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing growers experimenting with more exotic varieties of different things, from Thai chilies through to Mediterranean peaches and nectarines and stuff like that. I know that some people are having success. I don't know to what degree. But I think it's nice. I think, and likewise, things like nduja, which is an Italian product. It comes originally from Calabria in southern Italy, but you're seeing a lot more producers making it in the UK. That one's from Somerset, very near to our restaurant, which is great. So yeah, it's nice to see people kind of taking products that are typically from elsewhere and sort of anglicising them a little bit.
Putting an English spin on them, exactly.
Yeah.
So you're now in Somerset. Where were you before that?
Well, I lived in London for many, many years, and I had restaurants. I had 3 restaurants in London, one of which is still going. A really great restaurant in Peckham called Levan, which I'd recommend visiting if anyone's ever passing through South London. And then I had 2 other restaurants. One called Salon, which was my first restaurant, and one called Larry's, which was kind of almost like a casual, almost like a cafe-type concept. And, I had a great time. I cut my teeth in London, did everything that one does whilst there, which is fantastic. But, fancied a change and growing family and fancying more space and things like that, decided to move to the southwest in 2021, I think it was, and loving it so far.
Is there that sense that the kind of rough and tumble of a kind of high-pressure restaurant in London is a sort of young man or woman's game, in a way, or not?
Yeah, to an extent. I mean, to an extent, it's obviously, I think restaurants, I mean, hospitality's never going to be an easy ride, and I think anyone who expects an easy ride in hospitality is wishful thinking, really. But yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like, I don't know, I think it's relative. It kind of depends on one's circumstances. I've definitely found that I am, I think it's more about my own personal lifestyle, which has maybe changed slightly.
Jude was saying the same thing, that thing about having a family and wanting to sort of slightly switch the pace and the kind of your control over your destiny a bit more, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I find, I think it's just your priorities change ultimately. And don't get me wrong, I miss sort of city life. I miss spending time in cities and have to make a point of going, places, Bristol or London or wherever.
Recharge the batteries.
Yeah, exactly. Just sort of to mix things up a little bit, really.
What brought you to Somerset?
Well, I've got a connection to the southwest in that my family are in Dorset. We lived in Somerset when I was very young, so in that sense, it's very much kind of there's a personal connection there, basically. So back to the pork chop. I'm just getting some really nice colour on it all over, and I don't know if you can see that under the camera, but you can see it sort of starting to caramelise really nicely. And all of that delicious fat is rendering out, which is really lovely. And I'd say that's almost ready to get into the oven. I'm going to finish it in the oven. I think I tend to like to cook meat at a relatively low temperature, typically. I've got this oven set to 160-ish, just because we haven't got loads of time. So it would
normally be a bit lower than that, would
Normally a bit lower. At work, I always use 130. Cook meat, personally. I just think you get like a really nice even, call it cuisson in sort of chefy language, but basically like nicely cooked through, basically. And so that's looking good. Just getting a little bit more caramelisation.
You're creating all that caramelised flavour in the pan.
Exactly.
And then the slow cooking is the sort of tender.
Exactly that. Yeah, exactly that. Just going to get a little bit of butter on there and just kind of just really finish off that caramelisation nicely. Haven't got any aromats in there, but I think it'll be okay.
Is this the secret to most fine dining? Just chuck loads of butter on everything?
I mean, there is no doubt about it. Butter makes everything taste better. I'm sorry to anyone who is watching their dairy intake, but it really is true. There's just something about the flavour of, caramelised butter solids that just takes particularly meat to the next level. Obviously, there are different ways to cook, and arguably with live fire, or perhaps, Asian cuisine and things like that, there are different ways to impart different flavours, which are potentially as delicious, if not more so. But it's a different end product, and particularly because we're using a stove here, like a pan and a stove in a very sort of traditional, gas burner sort of setting. I think this is just the best way to get the maximum amount of flavour into the meat. And also I'm going to use this, not all of it, but I'm going to use some of this butter and cooking juices to finish the sauce that I'm going to make as well.
Is this something you cook in the restaurant at home or not?
Well, we've got a really good pork supplier who is very local to us, who we use a lot. I mean, I love using pork myself. I really like pork products, if I'm completely honest. I think they're really delicious. A little bit underrated, actually. I think that pork is a delicious meat to cook and eat. And this cut here, as I say, from Philip Warren's, which is an incredible, very, very reputable butcher, arguably one of the best in the UK. That huge pork chop, I think, was about 14 quid. And if that were a piece of beef of the same calibre, it'd probably be 3 times the price. Yeah. So, in that sense, it's a bit of a no-brainer in a way. I mean, there's a place for there's a place for beef, there's a place for poultry. I love eating vegetables, I should say. I love a veggie dish. But ultimately, I think if you, like for me, a really nicely cooked, juicy, well-reared, well-cooked, well-rested piece of pork is just fantastic, really. So, yeah. So we've got a little salsa verde going on. I'm just making a small amount. I'm not going to make loads. But in that, we've got some wild garlic. We've got some mint. We've got some parsley. We've got some... What else have we got in there? We've got a little bit of dill. We've got some capers, some cornichons, some mustard, Dijon mustard, and some... What else? Anchovies as well.
What's the name of the sauce again?
Salsa verde.
Oh, salsa verde.
Salsa verde. So, I mean, I think salsa verde is one of those things where there's sort of as many recipes as there are people who make it, ultimately. It's just about bit of kind of bright, herbaceous flavour, bit of acidity, bit of tang, and that's just going to cut through all those rich, meaty flavours. So, yeah, I'm just going to do a little bit of that. One thing I don't have in here yet is some salt and a little dash of vinegar. Is there any red wine vinegar around, or sherry vinegar? So, yeah. And what I'm looking for is just a nice bit of umami from the anchovies, a bit of acidity, and enough of that kind of like tang to cut through the fatty meat, basically.
I know this is a pretty simple recipe, but how do you go about developing new recipes? I was talking to the other guys earlier about, where does it start? Is it an ingredient? Is it a kind of memory? Is it a story you want to tell?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for me, I try to sort of put the ingredient first in that process, rather than thinking of the dish and then tracking back and picking the ingredients. I prefer to sort of think, it's wild garlic season or whatever, what's going to go with that, rather than say, I'm going to compose a dish based on a certain theoretical, concept.
So it's sort of responsive in a way.
Yeah, exactly. And it just suits me. This just suits me the way that I personally like to cook. I mean, in the most part, the food that I cook at work is quite simple, really. This is like a bit further stripped back than.
Yeah, you've only got a finite amount of time.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I don't know how we're doing for time, by the way. I don't know how we're doing.
We're 20 minutes in, so
okay,
we've got plenty of time.
Hopefully, we'll be all right.
And has relocating from London down to Somerset changed the way that you think about creating your menus, or not?
Yeah, actually. I think when I was in London, that's a good question. I think when I was in London, you sort of exposed to a lot more global influences, therefore sort of slightly more global flavours appearing on my menus. Whereas, and the way it works in cities, or certainly the way it worked for me, was that you've got your suppliers who are basically going to the big wholesale markets, and most of the things you can sort of see on an app as well, and you basically end up sort of composing menus off these apps, and it's great because you've kind of got access to everything you could possibly ever want, whether it be, I don't know, kumquats or
it's like fantasy,
finger limes or all kinds of
almost.
Exactly, anything basically, and that's really cool. But it also meant that I personally found like it's a little bit like this sort of paradox of choice. Like in a way, it's like too much to choose from. And, almost sort of a bit like, whoa, it's a bit overwhelming.
Having restrictions always
can
help
exactly. Sometimes, helps the creative process slightly.
There's some analogy about the fact that you can't play tennis unless it's on a tennis court. You need those, you need the court in order to play a game of tennis.
Yeah, exactly. So, so anyway, so it's quite nice to have a slightly more, I wouldn't say the flavour palette is restricted, but we kind of,
more
we
focused,
sort of built on
maybe.
the flavours of the regions a little bit more. We still use products from elsewhere, of course. We still use things like, I don't know, soy sauce, for example.
You can't get that from anywhere else. Yeah,
or we citrus from abroad, of course. But I think the kind of key components of the flavours are built on Somerset ingredients rather than the other way around. So yeah. So, that's it. So whilst the pork's cooking, hopefully we'll have enough time. We'll have to just keep our fingers crossed. I'm sure it will. And the main thing is I want to give it enough time to have a little rest as well. It's got some shallots just cooking off in a pan. These are both very, very rustic dishes, for sure. So no kind of no fancy frivolities here. What's sort of significant, I suppose, about them is just the nice ingredients that we're using, really. So the shallots are cooking on a sort of fairly medium to high heat. This is the andouille, which I'm just going to break into little chunks. If anyone hasn't used this before, I'd recommend tracking some down if you like sort of charcuterie type dishes, chorizo and merguez and things like that. It's just got a really great flavour. But whereas typically with a chorizo, you would serve it as like a whole thing, or a slice of a sausage or whatever. I think andouille really comes into its own when it's sort of melted down, broken up, and almost becomes almost like a kind of, again, like a sort of cooking medium. I'm going to use a bit of this cider in there as well, and I'm going to use, and then we've got our clams as well, which have just been rinsed. So as soon as those have broken down a little bit, which they are getting there now.
Is this a sort of food that you would eat if you would, in your own time? Yeah,
I reckon if I was if this was, if I was off work or it was like a, date night in at home or something like that, and I was cooking, this is the kind of thing I would cook, I'd say. Relatively simple, but enough going on to kind of make it feel like you're doing something, rather than just, heating something up out of a packet. So that's all really nicely melted. You can see under there that it's looking absolutely delicious. Clams are going to go in. Going to get some of this cider in as well, which is Sharps from just up the way. Get that bubbling.
Do you still enjoy cooking in your own private time? I mean, given that
absolutely.
You do.
Yeah,
it's not something you've lost the love
absolutely.
for.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking, 100%. I mean, I'm sure, Jude, you find this as well, but increasingly as a restaurateur, you spend less time actually cooking and more time doing payroll or speaking to the
fun things.
Speaking to the accountants or whatever it is, organising food festivals or and actually it's really nice. I tend to cook on the stove on a Thursday night, and normally on a Saturday night I'm on the pass. So they're my kind of like, they anchor my week basically. Thursday on the stove, Saturday on the pass. No matter what else is going on, I'll be doing that. And it's really great. It's really nice to just come in and just cook, and then the rest of the week I'll be doing development or, like kind of on the pass at lunch and then doing other stuff in the day or whatever. So, but it's very nice. I really enjoy it's kind of meditative almost. And I think cooking at home in my house also has a sort of similar thing. I mean, I've got kids, so often it's fish fingers and chips, but you know what I mean?
But I think it's often, for a lot of people, you're lucky to work in a pretty creative environment. For a lot of people, it's the only time during the day that they actually do anything creative.
Yeah, well, exactly.
Maybe that hour before supper time.
Yeah.
And they're making something from scratch.
100%. And I've talked about this before, actually, but I feel like as we, without getting sort of too philosophical about it, as the world... we're all sort of slightly more removed from everything, basically, and there's, I think alongside that, to kind of counterbalance that, there's been a bit of a movement to reconnect with like making stuff, whether it be pottery or I don't know, knitting or whatever the other things.
Absolutely true.
Or like cake decorating or pasta, all those like very sort of hands-on. Tactile sort of crafts, that sort of resurgence of the craft industries, it's just fulfilling, isn't it? I think that's the thing. So I do feel very lucky, even though a huge part of my job is payroll and finance and managing the back-end booking systems and stuff like that. I feel very lucky that the rest of my job is very creative. Yeah. Cool. So that's nearly ready. Just going to give that a couple more minutes. And before I do, I'm going to chop up some of these three-cornered leeks. And then we'll have a look. Once I've done that, we'll have a look at the pork.
Do you have a partner that likes cooking?
Yeah, my wife well, I tend to cook more at home, but ironically, she is a published cookbook author. She's got a really good book called The Simple Table, which she released about 10 years ago, and it's kind of it's sort of quite a holistic view of food and how it kind of connects to, I guess, like wellness. And actually, I'm a big believer in that as well. Like there's nothing better than eating a cheese toasty or a cheeseburger or something, but you feel like rubbish
Absolutely.
afterwards.
Yeah.
Whereas, you have a nice piece of fish with some salad, and chances are you'll feel pretty awesome afterwards. So you can see that these have all opened up really nicely now. We have got some chopped three-cornered leek, which we're going to put through. Three-cornered leek, as I said, is a wild leek, and the reason it's called three-cornered leek is because it's got basically three corners, the structure of the leaf. So, and I'm going to put in a little dash of cream, just give that a little stir, and then serve that up.
It's being heavily represented, the three-cornered leek, this morning.
Good. I'm glad. Well, it is. I don't know. It's being heavily represented on the hedgerows of Porthleven, so that's probably why.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, it's basically a pest in my garden at the moment.
Yeah. And where are you based? Are you around here?
I live near Coverack,
Okay, cool.
which got selected by the Times as the nicest secret beach in the UK
Oh, very nice.
last week. So there you
Very
go.
nice.
If you're visiting, go down to Coverack. It's lovely. If you live down here, maybe you know that already.
That's delicious. Just needs a little touch of salt. And I'm just going to put a little bit of lemon in before I serve it up. Making a bit of a mess here, I'm afraid.
I'll get
Sorry.
out of your way.
And then we'll have a look at the pork. Hopefully it's somewhere close to being ready.
We were talking about foraging earlier. Is it something you do, or have you?
I do enjoy a bit of foraging. It tends to be, yeah. I mean, it's it's a part of what we do at the restaurant. I wouldn't say it's kind of the be all and end all, but there's key points in the year. Now is one of them when you've got wild garlic and you've got three-cornered leek and you're just about to get
Sort of
elderflower
shouting
coming
out
through.
to be used, isn't it? Really.
So it definitely forms a part of what we do. And then this is just going to put this out. It's really nice and sort of brothy. A better spoon, actually. And yeah, and then obviously hedgerow sort of berries and things like that in the autumn. So yes, it definitely forms a part of what we do. And it's again, I guess it's like to my point earlier on about sort of reconnecting with like the sort of hands-on nature of as an antithesis to like feeling disconnected from stuff. Foraging's like, I've actually gone out and picked those three-cornered leeks this morning on the way here. Awesome. It's really lovely to have that as sort of part of the sort of narrative of the dish, I suppose. So yeah. So that is a little dish of clams with nduja, cider, and three-cornered leek, which I think looks pretty delicious. Going to chuck over some of these three-cornered leek flowers to finish.
Should we put that over here? And I think if you put it on this black spot, everyone will be able to see
will
it.
indeed, yeah.
I've been instructed.
Yeah. Right, excuse my mess. Don't focus on this area because if it was one of my team members who had made this mess, I'd tell him off.
You'd sack them.
Yeah, on the spot. Yeah, cool. So, is there a temperature probe anywhere in the building? Do you know, or a little? Yeah, that'd be awesome. Right, cool. Let's have a little look at the pork chop. I mean, it definitely looks delicious.
It's always a sight to behold professional chefs doing this compared to the likes of me and people I know at home frantically losing out.
Yeah, I mean, it's
You always look
not
so
too bad,
calm
actually.
and in control. I mean, I know it's what you do for a job, but it's
Yeah.
still
It's getting
pretty
there, actually.
extraordinary to watch.
I mean, I'm looking for a sort of medium-ish kind of temperature, which ideally like to take it to. Ideally, 48 would be ideal, and then it's going to rest up a little bit. But it depends on how long we got. How long we got?
I mean, it depends how much longer you can keep talking. I mean, the next demo is on in half an hour.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, we might just have to chit-chat for a bit.
Yeah,
if that's all right.
exactly.
Has anyone got any questions?
Any questions from the audience? I've
or
got
comments?
questions.
Any jokes? It's in a village called South Petherton, which is absolutely wonderful, very nice. Not anything like here, it hasn't got the beautiful seaside, but it has got gorgeous surroundings. Oh shit! It has got gorgeous. Pardon my language. Has got gorgeous it has got gorgeous, hills and whatnot around. So it's well worth a visit. We've got lovely, all sorts of nice stuff in Somerset.
It's almost exactly a half break between driving from here to London, isn't it? If anyone's driving to London, it's kind of exactly halfway.
Oh, no way. Oh, well, come and see us. Come and see us. Yeah, definitely. You should definitely come. It's very lovely, and I suppose that, like I say, almost like part of our business model, in a way, is the fact that it's halfway between Cornwall and London, so we get a lot of people who are passing through. But it's very much a destination in its own right, and the restaurant, obviously I'm biased, but the restaurant and the rooms are both very, very lovely. We've got loads of incredible scenery around us, places like the Blackdown Hills, Somerset Levels. We've got loads of other food producers nearby to us as well, so quite often we kind of curate people a little 24-hour, like a little tour, if you like, a little experience. Pardon? We've got a carnival. We've got a really good folk festival, which is happening in June. So we've got lots of different, lots of really nice things that we have throughout the year. So definitely well worth a visit.
Going back to your time in London, who did you work with, and what? Were there specific people who really influenced you in your kind of food journey and your food philosophy? Yeah,
that's a good question. So, I would describe myself as self-taught, really. Everything that I have worked with other people, obviously, but I've never kind of done college or anything like that. So I came to cooking when I was in my sort of mid to late 20s. I'd had another job before that, and
what had you been doing? If you don't mind me asking?
I was doing marketing for I guess like a pretty corporate agency. It paid really well. Had I stayed in that, I'd probably be far more wealthy than I am now. But you
got to do stuff for the love.
Yeah, exactly. So one day I kind of decided that I couldn't be bothered with the corporate BS, and more or less kind of handed in my notice there and then, and didn't look back. And I think because I was slightly older, I kind of fast-tracked my own career, if you like. So I quite quickly, over the course of about 3 years, I went from being, probably more like 4 years, went from being a kind of career changer chef to running my own place. So I did a lot of learning on my own time.
And was that always the plan? I mean, when you left that job, did you think, I'm going to become a chef?
No, actually. No, not at all. I had cooked before. I'd cooked when I was younger, like sort of before university and throughout university. I'd had jobs in kitchens to earn my pocket money, earn my beer money. I think when I quit my office job, cooking was the other thing that I knew, and I knew that I could do it. When I say I could do it, I was like a 19-year-old commie chef before. And I kind of went back in at the bottom, which I was kind of fine with, so I knew what I was getting into. But I didn't think that would become my career. I thought it was just a kind of stopgap to get to the next thing, whatever the next thing was. But I worked for a few other people. I worked for Margot Henderson. I worked for James Lowe, who went on to... He was then head chef of St John Bread and Wine, but went on to open with Lyle's.
Good people who do have a kind of food culture.
Yeah, exactly.
Of sort of simplicity and nose-to-tail stuff.
And I think that sort of shaped my outlook on food, in that it's very ingredient-led and very much sort of... ingredient over process, if you know what I mean. Whereas, I think having worked with people who, maybe went to college and then went down a sort of fine dining route, equally valid and arguably kind of more skill. But I think what I picked up was the sort of sense that it starts with the ingredient, and that's where a brilliant dish will come from. Where a really good dish can be elevated through exceptional technique, but it will only be ever as good as the ingredients.
And maybe you've sort of learned to think for yourself a bit more by the time you're in your late 20s and kind of know your own mind a bit more?
Yeah, I think so. And I think because I was a little bit older, I was maybe a little bit more entrepreneurial. I'd had sort of, I'd had some experience of kind of eating culture and dining culture and things like that. Both when I was younger, when I was cooking before university, and then sort of when I was like out eating in restaurants as a sort of professional person. So yeah, I'm just going to have another look at the pork, and we'll see how hopefully it's ready for a rest.
Are there any questions from the audience? Sorry, I've been banging away. Put your hand up if you have a question. I'm sure we can fit you in. How are we looking? Do you think it's going to be done? What was it at before?
Well, it was at 40 before, so let's see where it's at now. I think with a little bit of a rest, it'll be good. Let's get this on.
How many people would you expect that to feed?
Well, I was thinking on my sort of this theoretical date night in, I reckon this would be good for 2, probably.
It's a pretty big serving for 2, though, in fact, isn't it, in a way?
It's a big serving for 2, yeah. It's a generous serving for 2. I'd say it needs another 5 minutes. 5 minutes and a 5-minute rest. Can we do that? It's a bit of a long. You'll have to listen to a lot of us chatting if that's all right. You could try some of that first, could you?
I could do. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. I mean,
Where are the spoons?
I'll grab you a spoon. I was debating whether or not I should cut this in half, and it would cook a bit quicker. So. There you go.
It's the sort of thing they do on MicroChef Professionals when they've screwed it up.
Yeah. And I thought, well, let's go for it, and hopefully it'll be all right. So you'll have to just bear with us and listen to us chatting. How is it?
It's absolutely delicious.
Good.
Yeah, really good.
Good.
That Andilla's got an amazing kick, isn't it?
Yeah, really. It's sort of like
creeps
builds.
up on you.
Yeah, builds.
Absolutely delicious. And these flowers, I can just...
Yeah, you'll see they've got a kind of a slightly chivy sort of flavour.
They have slightly garlicky, slightly chivy.
Yeah, and I think they're just absolutely delicious. I mean, they look beautiful. That sort of trumpet shape is really lovely. I'll tell you what we can do whilst I'm waiting for this pork to finish cooking is make a little sauce to go with the pork. So I'm going to use a bit more of this cider, actually. Pork and cider.
Perfect combination.
Perfect combo. We'll just get that in and get that reducing a little bit. And I've got a very rich sort of demi-glace type thing from work, which is full of flavour, very, very full on, but probably a little bit too intense for this. So I'm just going to reduce that cider down, add the demi-glace, and then the other thing I'm going to do is put in, as well as the wild garlic salsa verde, we're going to put in some wild garlic capers, which is here, I don't know if you can see that, and they are... So it's another sort of product of our foraging. So wild garlic season is sort of peaking at the minute, and as it peaks, it goes to flower. So these are some of the flowers here, and once the flowers basically go to seed, the white petals fall off, and you're just left with these buds. And then so what we do, and the buds become really sort of bulbous, and at that point we painstakingly pick and trim all the buds.
It's like capers or something.
Yeah, and then lacto-ferment them, which is really just a sort of technical way of saying we sort of put them in a salt brine, and then we just leave them for 10 days, and they ferment and become almost like, if you've ever had I'm sure you've had kimchi or sauerkraut, that sort of flavour, but it's got this garlic undertone to it. Absolutely delicious. And there's just a little bit of the brine in there. I haven't got loads of the brine, but the brine has this really sort of delicious, intense umami, yet acidity to it, which is just the perfect complement to any roasted meat, basically. So yeah.
You've obviously got an interesting relationship with the the ingredients that you use. Have you ever been tempted? I know there's lots of chefs around nowadays that are kind of having little small holdings, or farms. There's Jeffrey Robertson, who had one at Warren, and then Dan.
Chef Dan Cox. Yeah,
Cox.
Exactly.
Crocodile.
I've not been. It looks absolutely awesome.
I mean, it's such an undertaking and such a commitment.
Well, we've got 5 raised beds. Which
got to start somewhere.
Which is and I'm maxed out with my five raised beds, to be honest with you. But we've got a really big garden. We're very lucky with the site of the restaurant. One of the good things about being in a place that we're kind of we're at the new frontier, basically. So there's not anyone else like us around. But the benefit of that is that rent is cheaper. My lease is cheaper, therefore I've got a bigger space. So I've got a huge amount of space, a beautiful garden, lovely terrace, and in our garden, we've got these 5 raised beds, as well as things like crab apples and fig trees and things like that.
And are you using that just for your own home cooking or for the restaurant as well?
No, for the restaurant. Yeah, for the restaurant. So but I wouldn't describe myself. I'm not a gardener. I would not describe myself as green-fingered at all. But I have had some success with our raised beds, and we're very lucky. I don't know how much people know about gardening. And there's like soil types and things that are supposed to grow in certain places and things like that. We've got a very nice south-facing, quite sheltered little patch in our garden where I've had great success with tomatoes, growing them from seed and then transplanting them out, and also padron peppers and aubergines, and so no greenhouse involved at all. And when I told a sort of very much more accomplished gardener friend of mine what I was doing, they were like, "What? I can't believe you've grown these tomatoes and these padron peppers
and
here."
aubergines,
And
not in a greenhouse. That's amazing.
Yeah, so we have got a good little microclimate, I think, which is cool. So you can see our pork jus. Well, it's like a cider jus, really, coming together now. And I don't want it to be too sticky. I just want it to be nice and.
So I missed. What
viscous.
did you put in with the cider? That was just.
So that's demi-glace, basically.
Okay.
Reduced cider and like a demi-glace. That's basically roasted meat bones and mirepoix, which is veg.
Rendered down.
Reduced right down. And so, yes, that'd be really good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in some of these wild garlic capers, and I'm going to add in some of the cooking juices from the pork as well. So it's going to have quite a few layers of flavour going on. Just hope there's enough time to serve it. Let's have a look, shall we?
Drum roll.
Well,
it looks amazing.
It's a very big piece of pork, and I've turned the oven up slightly, so it is quite hot, relatively hot now, meaning that it would need, ideally, sort of. A lot of people say you should rest it for as long as it's cooking for, but I think in this circumstance, we won't quite get to that point. But it looks delicious anyway.
If you're resting it for that long, are you like covering it in foil and?
I wouldn't. I would just leave it somewhere warm.
Just leave it somewhere
warm. Maybe if I was at home cooking like roast dinner or something like that, I'd like Christmas dinner or whatever, and you had a huge turkey, I might like loosely cover it in foil. But at work, I wouldn't. No, I just leave it on top of the stove or somewhere warm, and just let all that heat from the exterior just penetrate into the middle, and yeah, it'll just be absolutely delicious. It's non-negotiable really. You've got to do that, otherwise your meat's just gonna, it's just gonna be like the cooking's not gonna be even, and it's gonna be all contracted.
It feels like it's the biggest mistake that people tend to make with
100%
with cooking meat, especially. I mean, turkey's got a really bad reputation, but
yeah.
actually, if you leave it to rest for an hour or more.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the prime. Because you typically,
exactly.
You typically cook your turkey for I don't know, I've no idea actually, but a long time. So you want to give it a good long rest. I mean, I think in a home setting, a sort of half the amount of time that you cook it for is pretty acceptable. In a restaurant setting, you want to try and produce something that's perfect every time. You can see how hot that is as well. I mean, there's loads of steam.
Yeah, it'll retain
and it's
its
not
heat
hot
for a while.
It's it's not cold today at all, so that is roasting hot. So we'll give that 5 minutes as long as people are happy to sit there for a sec, and I'll just finish the sauce whilst we're doing that. So we've got our really nice cider jus. I'm going to add in a little bit of this these roasting juices, which is basically the pork fat, the brown butter. And some of the juices that have kind of just sort of been released from that pork as it's been roasting. And for me, it's just like whenever I'm cooking, I try and incorporate as much as those like animal fats as possible, because it's just pure flavour. So if I was going to do a garnish for this now, for example, I don't know, let's say some asparagus or something like that, I'd just cook it in that pan. You just wouldn't get rid of any of that. I'd just roast it in that and almost kind of saute in pork fat, which to me is just it's heaven, basically.
Also, one of those things that's sort of been much maligned over the years, animal fat, in terms of health. But I think there's been a bit of a turnaround in the last few years. People realising that actually a lot of this stuff is good for us.
Well, I mean, I think everything in moderation, really. I just feel like none of these things are cheap. You know, a block of butter is not cheap these days. That piece
really
of pork is it's very good value, but it's certainly not cheap. So if you're going to have a byproduct, you want to try and use it. I saw on Instagram, as you do, someone having kept all their bacon fat, some like ridiculous influencer person, but this was really cool. They'd kept all their bacon fat for a year and then used it to fry donuts, which I just thought sounded so delicious. So yeah, you know, I think it just goes to show that like they've all got like properties that you can use and, you know, turn into the next delicious thing. I don't know, dip a piece of sourdough bread in it and just snack on it.
That goes back to, we were talking about St John earlier, that goes back to that whole nose to tail. I don't know whether any of you know about St John restaurant, but they've done a couple of cookbooks about nose to tail eating, and that's the Fergus Henderson sort of ethos. So it's if you're going to kill an animal, just use every single part of it. And you've got to, you know, it's economically it makes sense.
Yeah.
But just in terms of kind of respecting the animal that you're killing, it makes sense as well.
Yeah. So just give that a couple more minutes while I finish the sauce. So like I said, we've got the cooking juices in there now. We've got these wild garlic capers. I'm just going to put a sort of a decent spoonful in with some of the brine.
So these are the little heads of the wild garlic that you've put in salt, just packed in salt. Is that how
a salt brine.
Salt brine.
So it's a 2% salt brine, if you want to, you know, anyone who's interested. And that, I don't know what the science behind that is, but it's enough.
That's just amazing.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? And it's just enough salt.
They're like capers, kind of turbocharged capers.
Yeah, it's like kimchi capers almost, I always think.
That's incredible. So how long do you have to leave the heads? So it's just after the flowers have fallen off, is it? I'm just thinking I could probably make a few kilos of this.
So if you where's our little black spot? So basically, this is a wild garlic flower head, and then you can see there's some that are like really nice and, you know, full of energy still, and then you've got this one here, which has got this kind of bulbous seed pod.
So that's the seed pods inside. So
and that'll get very slightly bigger once all of these seeds have fallen off, and at that point, you have to snip them all off, which is ideally you want to have, you know, one of your commies to do that for you in a perfect world, but it doesn't always happen. Sometimes you have to do it yourself, and then from there you make a brine, a salt brine, and I personally just leave it plain, no other like spices or anything like that, with the 2% of the total volume, and then just leave it at room temperature for 10 days.
2% salted.
So let's say you've got 500 grams of the seed buds, and then 500 grams of water.
Yeah.
2% of your total volume of 1,000
will be salt.
Can write all this down if anyone needs. Sorry, it's a bit technical. Well, it's not that technical. It's basic maths, but yeah. So, but they're delicious, and our aim every year is to basically pick enough to get us through to next year, because we like to use them with to finish sauces, and you know they bring that kind of like piquant sort of like, you know, get you the back of your mouth kind of salivating. All right, so I think we're kind of getting to just about where we need to be in terms of resting time now.
I don't know if I asked whether you specifically served this at your restaurant or not.
I mean, like I said, we serve a lot of pork. We've got a really good farmer nearby who has really lovely Gloucester Old Spot pigs. So we do serve a lot of pigs, a lot of pork products, and we buy the whole pigs. We use you know, we use all the bits and bobs. You know, we make a lot of terrines, and we turn all the fat into lardo, for example, which is another really good way of like using the whole part. It's basically cured pork fat. And so this is maybe a little bit more stripped back. I'm not going to do like a garnish with it, but if I was going to do a garnish, I'd do something like, I don't know, like at this time of year, maybe like a wedge of like roasted gem lettuce or something like that. Yeah. You know, something very, very simple. Maybe something in the winter, maybe something like, I don't know, like a celeriac puree or some black garlic or whatever. But really, this is just a kind of very, very stripped back dish. Literally just protein and sauce, just because I thought I'd highlight this amazing pork from Philip Warren. So I'm gonna carve it up now. So as you can see, I just poured any of those resting juices that are already sort of seeping out onto it back into the sauce. And I'm just going to carve off. And you can't. I don't know if you can sort of see that, but you can like. There's a real nice kind of bit of spring to that. So it's by no means. There's nothing tough about that at all. And there should be just a tiny bit of blushing to it as well.
So is the danger with pork of overcooking it and it drying out?
For me, I just think you want to err on that kind of medium-ish side, really. And the other thing about pork chop is you've always got these nice sort of seams of fat and the different kind of textures of the muscle. I mean, this is almost like if it was beef, it would almost be like a côte de boeuf. You know, it's that sort of. You've got that sort of those different gradients. I could have probably rested it for a little bit longer, but it's still pretty delicious. And yeah, just a really nice little sharing pork chop for two with a wild garlic salsa verde and a really delicious sauce. And in a way, what more could you possibly want?
Absolutely, I'll be enjoying
maybe a nice green salad on the side or something. Going to get some nice Cornish sea salt on there. And then we're going to just nappe over some of this sauce. I think this bench is on a bit of a slant, so might all wobble, drip one way. But tell you what, let's do it over here so you can see it all happening. So yeah, you can see it's like really nice and juicy. Absolutely nothing dry about that pork at all. I did end up cooking it about 200 degrees, 180 probably, just to kind of get it up in time. You see all those wild garlic capers in there as well. And then we're just going to finish it with this wild garlic salsa verde. And I just want all those oils to kind of split the sauce almost.
It was such a long time ago. Remind me what was in the salsa verde? What were the herbs?
It was a long time ago. It feels like a lifetime, doesn't it? It was wild garlic, mint, dill, parsley, capers, anchovy, and Dijon mustard, and red wine vinegar. And there we go. There you go. There's a little feast for you.
Amazing.
And me.
Amazing.
And whoever
Yeah,
else wants to try some.
No, they're not allowed. I've been told they're not
You're
allowed.
not
No. We're going to scoff it ourselves. Thank you very much, Nicholas. That's been absolutely fantastic. I look forward to tucking that in. Yeah, backstage. Amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome. A little snap myself. Looks all right, doesn't it? They're good, aren't they? Yeah.
How's it going, man? Ow! No! Ow! Ow! Not there! Ow! Ow! Are you still here? Welcome to the program.
I'm sorry. I thought the show was over.
It started?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hi everyone, we're going to be kicking off in about 5 minutes with the next demo, which is Rose Cant and Eddie Rains. Rose is a food influencer who blew up last year when one of her posts on Instagram was seen by something like, how many million? 60 million people? Something like that. 9 billion people. And she's going to be with Eddie, who is the chef at Halfway House Inn, and they're going to be having a rather fun interactive session with the audience. So, yeah, there's some little paddles being handed out, so make sure you've got one of those for when we start. And you can shout. Right, I think we're ready to go. Are we ready to go? Talent? Hello, we're ready to go. Brilliant, thank you for joining us today at Porthleven Food Festival. Here we are in the Chef's Theatre. As I've said before, this is where we have the best local and southwest-based chefs and food innovators and food influencers who are coming along to inspire us and make us think a bit differently about food, entertain us. And we're very, very pleased to have with us today Rose Cant and Eddie Rains. Rose is known as Mum on Muddy Lane to her 40,000+ Instagram followers.
Yeah, I am. I'm not actually living on Muddy Lane anymore, though, but I'm Mum of Muddy Lane.
Mum of Muddy Lane. And Eddie is the head chef at Halfway House.
Yeah.
And
with about 90 followers.
With less than 40,000 followers on Instagram. And I've just discovered they're actually together, so I thought they were just doing a double.
He's only with me for my followers.
There's a beautiful. We're just going to be talking about how they met, and Anyway, tell us a little bit about what you're going to do and about your kind of culinary journey.
Sure. Well,
we don't really know yet.
We don't know what we're doing because we thought we'd have a bit of an audience participation, didn't we? So our friend Chris is going to bring on some ingredients, and we don't really know what we're going to have. And the concept is, oh, here he is. This is the bearded barman, if anyone knows him. Mixes a great Negroni. I'm a cook. I'm a mum. I started my online food journey about 3 years ago, but before that, I've been cooking since I was about 8 years old. And I now have 2.5 children. One's grown up now and a foster child, so he's not around. And so I've just been cooking non-stop for the last 8-9 years for the children at home. And I was getting a little bit driven mad by male chefs at all of these events. And not seeing any women. And I thought, do you know what, just because I'm not a professional chef doesn't mean that I can't do just as good a job, maybe better. Then I met my gorgeous Eddie
I've lost 10 votes already.
And we started a bit of a contest between us. When we met last year, I was doing a pop-up in Padstow, near where we live. And Eddie was my sous chef. And it turns out he was the head chef of the local pub and has got years and years of experience and is a highly talented chef that's worked under Michelin stars. So he's kind of put my theory to the test a little bit. So you're here to witness probably our first, what do you call it when a couple have an argument? A tiff, yeah.
Yeah.
Very public tiff.
So what have we got next? Chris has brought some food in.
Okay, so in our box today, I want to use one of your microphones. I've been to all the local stores and called in all the favours. So we've got some Enodoc asparagus.
Nice.
Which is perfectly in season now. A couple of weeks of that. I've got some unsalted butter, got some pork loins, a little bit of sort of chorizo pork mince, some tarragon, some lovely cavolo nero, red onions, some parmesan cheese, St. U eggs, only the finest, some lemon, and then a pineapple. So something
that's
nice.
A pineapple, there's a twist.
And there was some rum, so I'm halfway
to
that
would work. That would work.
This rum is a very particular rum that we love as well. Vapora rum is excellent. You can tell us a bit about that. That's one of your mates, isn't it?
Well, I'll leave you two to get on there, but enjoy your
ingredients.
ingredients.
Thank you.
Okay.
I look forward to a cocktail afterwards, Chris.
So this is very ready, steady cook vibes.
So what are we doing?
There's a ready, steady cook connection. Should we get it out of the way?
There's a mild ready, steady cook connection. My auntie hosted the first years of Ready, Steady Cook, Firm Britain, and it then was taken over by gorgeous Ainsley. But yes, so we thought, you know what, paying homage to her career, we'll do
Does
a bit
that give you a home advantage?
Do you want some asparagus, chef?
Yeah, how many eggs? What are you doing? Do you know what you're doing?
I've got an idea, looking at that pork. I'm going to make something delicious. What are you going to make?
We got eggs. There's a bit of pork mince there, chorizo.
I don't want that. Don't like that.
Scotch egg.
I'll have a... Oh, you can do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to have some mayonnaise and a couple of pork steaks, please.
Okay.
Since there are
we got any
eggs...
grease-proof, my darlings?
Since there are eggs on the table, can I ask you to tell us your egg story, please, Rose? Because it's fun and games being a food influencer, isn't it?
It's such a weird thing. I didn't start just... The word influence is so gross, isn't it? I'm like the worst influencer ever. I'm a de-influencer, if anything. But I didn't start recording food for Instagram, really. It was because I'm very dyslexic and I'm trying to write a cookbook. And my friend said to me, well, I used to be an actress years ago in another life. And they said, well, you're very good at talking to camera, so why don't you do your recipes to camera for yourself so you can look back over the ones that work and don't work, and that's how I could have created my book, rather than writing it down and it not making any sense and no one being able to understand it. So then I started cooking, and then it started to do well. And then at Christmas, I decided to poach an egg and do a bit of hollandaise, and filmed it. And I used a hack, which sometimes works. But it was from when I was at university. I remember a friend of mine never being able to poach an egg, and I said, you know what, I saw this thing once. If you just put a sieve in the boiling water and crack an egg into it, then you'll have a poached egg, and it's not going to run around and be, it doesn't make the most beautiful poached egg, but it works. So I just posted this on, I think it was Boxing Day morning, bit of smoked salmon, posted it, went, there you are, that's an easy little hack for your Boxing Day morning. 67 million views in about 4 days. And it was the most...
How was that?
The most views of a TikTok and Instagram video in 2023 or 2024.
How did you first become aware that this was...
And it was called Eggate, and I got death threats because there was a little tiny blood dot in the egg. And I had all the vegans on me, and I had... the whole world went into absolute... It was ridiculous, but it was great publicity. So that's Eggate. And I haven't poached an egg like it since, and I don't think I actually had ever before, except for that one time at uni.
But it's why you're famous.
It's why I'm famous. So famous. Yes. Anyway, there you are. That's Eggate for you.
So on the back of that, what do you spend your time doing? I know you're reluctant to use this phrase, influencer, but what do you do in terms of creating content online?
I actually, for a little while, I was working with the Cornish Food Box, who are here today and have got all their lovely produce.
Yeah, they do amazing stuff.
I started off, when I realised that this was something that was kind of happening online, I didn't want it to just be like, and this is how I'm about to say, this is how I put my lipstick on, but I do a lot of that as well. I wanted it to be a bit kind of helpful for my local community. I loved working in Padstow, going to the food festival every year that was there, and knowing that I could kind of support local businesses, go and do reviews of restaurants as well. So I kind of did a bit of work with them, helped them show their customers that you could use a Cornish food box, all the veg in 1 week, and it'd be about half the price of what you'd be buying if you're going to the supermarket and wasting it. And I did a lot of that stuff. And now food brands or drink brands tend to contact me. I come up with a recipe for them. Sometimes I sell that recipe to them, or I film it and it goes from my channel, and that's kind of my career. But recently I've done a little bit less of that, purely because I've got 2 children and a mental life. But I post 2 or 3 recipes a week. If you want to have a look online, that's where I am.
So it's quite tricky, isn't it? Sort of balancing that authenticity with, the pressures of being visible and getting clicks and so on. Is that something you have to think a lot about, or do you just try not to think about it?
I think you can become a bit obsessed with that. I was very lucky to get the following that I did very quickly through what happened, and it's probably a problem, but I don't really think too much about what I'm saying, and so the authenticity is there, but I forget that there might be a few more than like 5 people watching it, and there's definitely a certain level of a veil that you have to put on sometimes, but certainly, especially if you're representing brands. But I like to just be myself on there. I think it's very important. And I think that's what works on social media. Is so great now. It's the one way that everyone's advertising everything now. And if you're honest, you're telling the people that are, potentially going to be buyers, consumers of the product or whatever, they need to trust you. And building a great social media thing is about trust and people knowing you and liking you and thinking they're your mate. And I wouldn't tell my mate to go and buy something that's disgusting. And I think that's where my work has managed to continue and be successful.
Yeah, keeping honest. And how, for both of you, how has being in a relationship with someone else in the food industry from a very different side of it, how has that changed your perspectives on food, or preparing food, or just the way that you think about food culture?
You can answer that one, Eddie.
I think it's a really nice combination, because it's nice to in my head, the difference between a cook and a chef is the cook's actually a really good cook. The cooks can actually really cook. The chefs just charge a lot of money for their food.
You've let the cat out of the bag.
Yeah, I know.
No, that's not true.
No, it's not true. But it's more, all chefs want to do, really, is really eat homely, really well-cooked food when they get home from work as well, after just cooking everything all day.
Can you hear him? Can everyone hear Eddie, by the way? While I'm banging, can you hear it? Okay. Carry on.
Yeah, just some things that you want to. You just love people to cook for you because you cook for people constantly all the time, like hundreds of people, like daily sort of thing. So it's just nice to have someone do that for you. But
And is that the way that things pan out at home in terms of who does most of the cooking?
Well, Eddie's he's at the pub all the time.
Yeah,
as in
Chefing.
working.
So I'm cooking.
Not drinking.
I'm cooking at home filming. Yeah, he's just always out on the lash.
Yeah.
No, Ed works at the Halfway 5 days a week. He's got kids, I've got kids. We're both super busy. So if we do ever cook together, it might be breakfast on a Sunday, or it might be quickly doing a roast for the kids on a Sunday afternoon. But quite often we sort of take... We're not very good in the kitchen together, though, are we?
Just run that in cold water for me.
We're not. We're a bit competitive.
Well, let's see. Let's see.
This is a little bit... This is very unchefy, this must be like real sort of home cooks. Like, this is what I got in the fridge. I'm going to cook this. Whereas chef-wise...
Like real life cooking.
You practice your dishes.
It's
spend
meticulous.
years, it's not years, but you spend a lot of time on just working on what goes well together. But what I think a lot of chefs don't do these days, what young chefs as well, is taste everything constantly. So like this would be, that smells nice, that tastes nice, that will go with that. But just constantly, every time you're sort of making
You're
something,
always checking,
just
aren't
constantly
you?
taste. That's why I've got a little spoon pot there. And
because you're constantly tucking in. Would that be your main advice for a young chef?
Just constantly taste everything. Every step through your cooking, you just taste all the time. Oh, cheers, mate, thank you.
So what's your journey been? You're currently head chef at the Halfway House. It sounds like you've been all over the place. And you're looking at your biog. You don't look old enough to have been, but you seem to have been to Australia, Wales, New Zealand, Switzerland, Jersey, Italy.
I worked in Jersey for about a year and a half. For Sean Rankin at Bohemia, that was really good. That was a Michelin star place. Learned a lot there. Australia was like a year visa, just working all over the country, just learning different things everywhere. And then working in Broome, actually, the top of the north-west of Australia, just working on a restaurant on the beach. That was a great one.
Amazing.
But then I would do like 7 till 3 daily and then have the rest of the evening off on the beach. So that was doing a lot of 300 breakfasts a day sort of thing and lunch service. That was great.
And how come you ended up in Cornwall?
I need it, sorry.
Were you in Bath before, is that right?
Yeah, I moved to Bath. Actually, coming back from Australia, I moved to Bath. What have I got on the stove? I'll burn it. Not burn it. Moved to Bath, worked for Michael Caines at the Bath Priory then.
Right.
That was then when I bought a house, got married, had kids sort of thing. And then I worked at a pub called the Wheat Chief in Coombe Hay. Became the head chef there, and I worked there for about 11 years before moving down. So that was the one place in Somerset was where I sort of stayed in one place.
We were talking earlier on about the kind of Cornish food culture and the kind of ecology of food in Cornwall. And Jude was saying that when he came down here, it didn't really exist necessarily as a kind of... There wasn't necessarily a perceivable kind of Cornish food culture, and it's something that's happened in the last 15, 20 years.
That maybe sort of is part of the reason I moved down, because I think Rick Stein has got a lot we need a lot to appreciate to him to opening up the food scene.
He gets a lot of slack, but basically he creates an extraordinary brand. And an idea.
Exactly. And then sort of my parents moved down to Cornwall when they retired, because my dad used to love watching Rick Stein's programmes on TV. He loved eating fish and things like that. So that's part of the reason I sort of moved down.
So you came down with a view to this being like, this is a food destination, this is where I want to end up being.
Yeah, I love cooking fish as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, that's not just fish, but and I love living by the sea, so that's probably part of the reason. Yeah.
And Rose, what about being in Cornwall for you? Has that changed your relationship with food?
Do you know what you're doing?
Absolutely. Do I know what I'm doing? I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
I'm just cooking like I would at home.
In Ready Steady Cook, they decide in the first minute and a half.
Yeah, I decided.
They tell
should
everyone,
should we do that? Should we say what we're doing? Just quickly.
Well,
maybe.
I was going to go for a little Scotch egg with the pork mince. And then with this is lovely Vapora rum.
You're just going to drink it?
Yeah. I'm going to make, because there's a bit of tarragon there, and it's got the flavour notes of pink peppercorns in there, so I think like a little pink peppercorn sauce will go really well. But then also there's a pineapple, rum, pineapple, pork. My daughter hates pineapple on a pizza. She's like that.
But it's a sort of Caribbean kind of thing going on, isn't there?
But it's a bit sweet and savoury, lovely. I've just cut half my finger off. Sorry, everyone.
Have you?
No, I'm fine. Just my nail.
Medic.
Have you deliberately injured her to sabotage her?
Yeah.
I've done it for the sympathy vote.
So what should I put back on the stage?
I carried on despite everything.
But there's a couple of guys that I know good friends of mine in Bath, and they've just started this rum company that they're trying to push it down here as well.
This one here?
Yeah.
The poorer rum.
Yeah.
It's only a little
It's Cornish rum distilled in Launceston, which Andy was telling me was in Devon, but it's Cornwall.
No, Launceston's just in Cornwall. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, it depends. For people down here, that's close enough to be Devon. But
do you want to try something? Have we got?
Absolutely.
Is that?
I've got some.
Is that
put some in there. Yeah, I won't say no to that.
It's not too badly.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So you've been at the Halfway House for how long?
4 or 5 years now. It was one of those, moved down, found that place, just thought, that's a nice little stopgap job, and I've been there for nearly 5 years now.
Oh,
and do you feel like your menu is different now to what it was when you weren't in Cornwall? Is it...
A little bit,
yeah.
Because, like I said, I love cooking fish, moved to Cornwall looking to cook fish all the time. And then this place is, the owner's South African, he loves his steaks. It's a big steakhouse. So we do T-bones, chateaus, fillet, so like loads of steaks on the menu. Which makes sense as you're driving there. You're literally driving past fields and fields of cows. Right. So it's sort of, it does fit. I know you think come to Cornwall, you just eat fish everywhere. But there's some great beef down there as well. So
sounds amazing. Whereabouts is it exactly?
Good steak,
halfway. It's between sort of Weybridge and St Column on that road.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, because my boy Hank's granddad was like a butcher, so he's like his family's been through butchers and stuff.
So not sort of on the way to Padstow.
It's about 10 minutes from Padstow. Yeah.
The road connecting Weybridge to Padstow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Behind Trevibben Mill, that very nice vineyard.
Right. So
can you cut that pineapple up, please, Chef? Thanks. I've got a little hack here that I'm going to show people.
And have you decided what you're doing?
It's another hack. It's going to get me another 60 billion... No, it's not. I've decided I'm going to do a pork schnitzel, bit of lemon, bit of chilli, bit of parmesan. So I've flattened these pork steaks. And I'm going to panko it, pane it, as they call it in the chef world, but without using egg and flour and making a mess, because ain't nobody got time for that.
So I'm going to pan it. I'm going to do old school.
Well, you can be a chef.
Breadcrumb.
You be fancy, make a mess.
This is where we'll see the difference.
And then he'll just sling the dirty pans backstage for all the students to have to wash out. I'm going to be respectful.
I've been working quite tidily, I thought.
All right. I'm going to use mayonnaise, right, to stick the pancake breadcrumbs to my schnitzel.
I can see you're preparing the mayonnaise from scratch there.
I have whipped this up myself. I actually work with Hellmann's, and this is my recipe. No. It's just a really quick way of doing it. I did it when I was making the kids, chicken burgers, and I was like, I didn't have any eggs. And it works. But what's cool, it's quite a good carrier, because you can put all your flavours into it, and it's going to go behind your breadcrumbs, which is quite nice. And it's just egg and oil, which is the same as what you're going to do anyway, right? So I'm going to put some... I've zested a nice lemon. Where's that parmesan, Chef?
Still in the box? Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do a nice sort of warmish salsa-y salad using the cavolo.
Yeah.
And I'm going to fry a little egg with some of... who's had this? My favourite thing ever, crispy chili oil. I'm going to fry an egg in a nice sort of buttery chilliness. I use all the technical words. And serve that on the top, I think.
So did you have any formal education in cooking, Rose, or not?
I worked in a few pub kitchens when I was a teenager and early 20s, and I've stepped in occasionally and done a few pop-ups and things like that, but no, I've never, not like this guy, cooking for 120 people a night and stuff, and never any training. Trained as an actress, and an actress can do anything they want, right? So I now identify as a chef. But no, I haven't. I just started really, really young. I was really interested in food, loved cooking as a child. And then my dad got really poorly when I was early teens, and he needed to start eating a bit healthier. He was an actor as well, and he was always on the road eating fry-ups, etc. Had a little problem with his heart, and I just remember hearing the doctor say to him, like, you've got to eat a bit healthier. So I started cooking, and I was kind of the family cook at home then, from the age of about 12. And here I am. But Dad, when he was really ill, he used to love my cooking, and he'd say, Rose, another miracle meal, because I'd sort of use whatever was there and make something out of it, which I think a lot of parents can relate to. You have to whack whatever's in the fridge together and make it work, especially towards the end of the month when you've got no money. So my training is from life.
Absolutely, like most of us.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
did you envisage that you might end up making a life and a career in food or not?
No, I honestly thought I would continue with acting. But then I moved... Oh, yeah, I missed an important part of my life. I moved down to Cornwall about 16 years ago, and I gave up acting. Couldn't be bothered with all the auditions. Didn't like being told I wasn't good enough. And then I moved to Cornwall and bought an ice cream van. And that's when I started sort of cooking for the public, because I'd make the cakes and I'd do bits and bobs like that. And it was called Rose's Ice Cream, and it was on a beautiful cliff, and it was pink. I did that for 8 years until I fell pregnant with my first child. And that's where I sort of thought, oh, I quite like that thing. And it sticks really well. So that's when I started to sort of put a bit of cooking and performance together, I think, when I was up on the cliff with my little van. It sort of became my stage. And I got to watch loads of kids grow up and, like, have their first ice creams. And they still now, my followers, some of them are original, like, Rose's Ice Creams customers. And they're, like, grown-up kids that I used to serve. And they're, like, married. And it's really nice. So, yeah.
It's funny, given that it's a job that's, for most people, is, you know, they're working away in hot kitchens, that so many chefs seem to be kind of alive to the performative side of it. Do you know what I mean? And that chefs are happy to do this kind of thing.
I'm watching the guys, when I first started getting into this sort of thing, doing festivals, I was amazed at how similar the backstage feeling is and the prep of it. I mean, chefs they tend to be pretty flamboyant and a little bit show-offy, and with a bit of character. And it's lovely. It felt really sort of was an easy step from theatre to the cooking world, really. There's a buzz, you know, in a kitchen there's a buzz. You're putting on a show, aren't you, Eddie?
Yeah.
You've got, like, before you go on stage, you've got your 5-minute call, and before you get your customers in, you get your sort of 10-minute until everyone's there, and you're like, right, ready, go, prep, you know. So it's a very similar setup, really.
I suppose sometimes we lose some of that humour and passion and fun in cookery when we're talking about it. You know, it can often seem very serious.
So serious. That does my head in.
I mentioned Gordon Ramsay earlier and that sort of shouty thing. But there's a sort of...
It's so out of fashion, isn't it, now?
It's so out of fashion now. But also there's that kind of, this is super serious and, you know...
Yeah.
It's...
There's a place for it, and that's why the guys have got these amazing careers and amazing
the Heston
kitchens.
Blumenthal's and so on are amazing.
I highly respect it.
Yeah.
But there's two different worlds, isn't there? And I think if you're running a kitchen like Eddie does, teaching young guys and girls that are going into the food industry, he's known as... He hates me saying this. When I first met him, I was like, who's that guy? Smiliest guy. They were like, he's the nicest chef in the business. I was like, really? He's like known as the only one that doesn't like swear at his voice.
It's sort of a generation thing, though, I think, because like when I grew up, it was
You're just a big
like
softie.
chefing. It was very much sort of SAS kitchens. That's what you had to do.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
chef,
were
yes,
talking
and
about it earlier.
That was all it was.
In fact, one of the chef's idea was being nostalgic about it.
Yeah.
Saying, we all got shouted at. That was the way it was.
But now
probably
you can't do that. But they would
You
just
feel
walk
like
out
there's a bit of a level, don't you, though?
Yeah.
There's, like, it's maybe gone a bit, like everything gone a bit too far. You still need to have some discipline.
Sometimes you need to. And I found you treat different people differently. Well, not that doesn't sound right, but people react differently to being treated differently. Some chefs I work with need to kick up the ass constantly. Some
Carrot and
people
stick,
need
it?
an arm around the shoulder and say,
Oh,
look,
I
don't
see
do
what
that.
you mean.
And almost sort of saying, this is why you shouldn't have done that, and just give them a bollocking constantly. Just say, shouldn't.
And do you learn a lot of that from the people that you've worked with, or is it just is it as much as your personality as well?
Have shown me, ways to sort of treat people and work with different people and get the best out of people, really. But like I said, I think it is.
It's like anything, isn't it, with learning? I suppose because
where the bin is.
Yeah. All right, just throw it on the floor.
Yeah. See, I've worked really tidily.
I learn by doing. And some people learn better by reading, and it's the same thing, isn't it? Some people respond better if you have to repeatedly shout it at them, and other people need a hug and just a little gentle. I'd just cry if I worked in a chef's kitchen. If I
was going to ask you, is it something that you're tempted to do or not?
No,
you're quite
I only like
happy at
doing
home.
them when it's like a little Mum on Muddy Lane pop up, and I've got people doing most of it for me, and I'm like, I wrote the recipe, thanks. But yeah, I don't really want to be sweating.
How many dishes are you doing? Are we doing one dish, two dishes?
I'm just doing one dish, babe. What are you doing? You're going to show off?
Tell us what you're up to, in fact. So you're both pankoing, or what's it called again?
Are you panko? Don't copy.
What do chefs
I
call
went
it?
flour, egg and
You're
breadcrums.
going all Mariners on us, aren't you?
Pane.
Pane. Right.
So
He's panning.
pane without the mayonnaise.
I'm panicking. I'm making a. I'm panicking. I put a bit of butter and olive oil in there. I live for butter. I don't believe we should cut it out of our diets at all. I think it's a very important part of our balanced diet. I'm going to cook those.
There are two teas in butter.
How long is yours going to take to cook them?
Probably about 6.
This is
I'm going to move away.
3-4 minutes either side.
You need to read
collateral damage.
Yeah.
I think if you've got kids doing a little escalope like this or a little schnitzel is great because kids love things in breadcrumbs, don't they? But it's so quick to do. And anyone that says, I only had time to do chicken nuggets, that's going to take less time in the oven than putting some frozen nuggets in the oven will.
So much of what you do is about kind of family cooking and encouraging kids to cook. And what's the best place to start, do you think, with kids?
Playing. I think getting kids to just have it all out on the table, tasting it, making mistakes. Like, people are so frightened of cooking something and it won't be right. My poor mum, who isn't a cook, phones me all the time going, my siblings, they're coming over for lunch and how long should I do the chicken? And blah. I'm like, Mum, just don't worry about it. Just put it in. And people are happy to... The point of food, really, is to bring everyone together, isn't it? And if it's nice, then we're lucky. But I think with my children, when I started weaning them, the first thing I did was I had them strapped, both of them, not at the same time, but when they were both weaning, strapped to me, in a papoose, and I'd be chopping, and they'd be watching and smelling and seeing all of it. And then by the time Merlin, my eldest son, it was probably about 2, I bought him his first set of children's knives. I'm not a lunatic. They're like safe little things that you could just have.
Knives.
And he'd help chop, and I'd get him to prep the vegetables for me. And they wouldn't come out, maybe. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? What's the difference between a chef and a cook? But yeah, and I think getting kids to try everything and just, and not being angry if they don't like it. Just keep trying and...
But your mum wasn't a chef, did you? Or wasn't much of a cook, did you say?
No, she did. She'd hate me to say that. She made a mean cottage pie, good roast dinner on a Sunday,
And
but
did
she doesn't enjoy it.
Did she encourage you or not?
No. She liked me to cook for her. She didn't. My
that kind of encouragement.
My dad was a great cook. I'm going to turn that down, burning it. My dad was a great cook. He wasn't home a lot because he was on tour, but he'd make fantastic dad meals, bolognese, the classic dad thing, and lovely Italian stuff. But neither of them were that. I mean, they were busy, and there's 3 of us kids, and I sort of took it on as my thing. But my mum's one of those people that she eats to live, and I live to eat. Yeah, that thing, which is why I'm voluptuous.
Eddie, what about you?
I think cooking with kids does help them so much to understand food and realise where the food comes from and eat it and things like that. And things like fajitas or something like that. So you can build it yourself at the table. They'll have that.
It's almost like game playing involved, isn't there?
Yeah.
And cakes is always... I mean, that's how I learned how to cook.
Yeah.
Making cakes with my mum when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Did you have kind of foodie environment when you were a kid or not?
Both my parents sort of worked full time, so I would start cooking dinners from early teens. It's 12, 13. I used to make dinners, and I used to really enjoy that.
I need to introduce you to my 15-year-old daughter and try and explain that to her.
Yeah, carefully. Yeah.
She needs teaching.
And then I used to play Sunday League football, and I loved cooking. And my Sunday League football manager his best friend was a chef recruitment, and then for work experience at school, he set me out with a Saturday job at a country house hotel. And I just loved it there, and sort of from then, I just sort of loved cooking. So that was...
It's amazing
14,
how those
15.
kind of one-off experiences can just have such a legacy.
Well, I had to have a backup just in case I didn't make it as a Premiership footballer, and I didn't quite...
Well, you just missed out on that, didn't you?
Yeah, a bad injury. Yeah. Do we have any stock? So, yeah.
Stock?
Yeah.
I've got some chicken stock here, let me say. Do you want that? There's beef stock or chicken stock.
Are the screens working, by the way? They are, great.
See?
Okay, because the screen isn't working on this side, so I can't see... if it's working on your side. So do you think you're both on time to get done in about the next 10 minutes?
10 minutes?
Up?
Yeah.
No last minute rush. So what are you making there?
So this is the peppercorn sauce.
Peppercorn sauce.
So we've got the rum in it, a bit of red onion, pink peppercorns, a bit of cream and a bit of beef stock. I'm going to finish with some fresh tarragon, a bit of fresh pineapple. I'll probably do a little salsa as well to go with a Scotch egg.
So the pineapple's going to be in that sauce?
In the sauce.
Right, wow.
Yeah. And a bit more fresh rum just right at the last minute. Because I think sauces are so important for a dish. it just makes them so much better. It just like brings them together.
It's all the elements, isn't it?
So say you're making a red wine sauce or a white wine sauce and things like that, and you reduce it down to get all the flavour, but at the last minute, just put a bit of neat red wine or whatever sauce it is into it, just to get the flavour back into it, is a really nice.
So you can burn so much of it away,
level.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's funny because
Yeah.
nothing to see here.
Are you all ready?
Totally fine.
You're totally fine there, Rose? You're not running out of time?
Fine. So I've got they're just going to rest for a minute now, and I'm going to fry my egg. I'm going to, with cavolo and kale.
You stand back, you put it in the fryer.
I don't often cook it. I'm going to make this into like a nice salad, but cavolo and kale can be quite chewy, and like I think it really puts people off when it's in a salad. But if you massage it for a little while with some olive oil and break down the, what would it be called, the fibres in it, it can become a really beautiful, delicate, nice thing in a salad. And it lasts for days when you do it like that as well. Whereas if you do a lettuce salad, you can't really keep it, can you, for more than a day? I'm a big fan. And it's so good for you. What have I got here? I need a bowl. So I'm going to like dress that raw. I'm assuming it's been washed. And then I'm just going to make a little pineapple salsa with the crispy chili oil. I'm going to lemon butter the asparagus and do the schnitzel on this little salsa-y salad with a nice crispy hot fried chili egg on the top, and that'll be my little dish.
Is this the sort of thing you would cook at home?
Yeah,
This
definitely.
is very much a home cook, quick cook. Like
is this
these
a you
pork
thing?
steaks, like 2-minute max, isn't it?
Pork steaks are great, and they're very healthy, aren't they? And quite reasonable. I think they're a good thing to have with a family. I think people are frightened to cook pork because they dry it out, but you don't need to cook it for that. Like that, what was that? 3 minutes either side.
Yeah.
But
and you can serve
really,
it ever so slightly pink as well.
yeah, yes, you can. You don't need to be quite. Everyone's scared, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's the other thing. Like trying to work out. A lot of my messages on Instagram are like, how do I know something's going to go with something though? Or it's like taste it, like Eddie was saying, and also like experiment, try things out, take a risk. Quite often and trust your gut. Like we know that salt and sweet go great together. We know that we need acid. We know that we need. If all the elements are there, you're probably going to be okay. And if you sort of focus on tasting things, if you're learning how to cook, I think really like getting to know what happens when those things come together.
Do you
then
know
you're kind of onto it.
Do you know the book The Flavour Thesaurus?
Yeah.
Nikki Segnis.
Yeah.
That's an amazing,
Brilliant.
amazing book, just full of different flavour combinations and how you can create new
that's
combinations.
a great one. I became fascinated in flavour and like things that didn't quite go by the grain when I ottolenghi. I'm obsessed with ottolenghi and all the food that he cooks. And he made did he do a book called The Mighty Aubergine? And it just made me fall in love with aubergines. And he just put the most random things together you'd never think. And it's wonderful cooking. Really clever, easy, fresh cooking. Big fan of him. He's one of my biggest sort of inspirations. And the Two Fat Ladies when I was a kid, I was obsessed with them.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I remember those, yeah.
I just watched them all the time. So can you see that that's broken down like already so much softer? It will honestly change your life. I don't think kale's
So that's
gonna
just
change.
some lemon and some olive oil.
Lemon, salt and olive oil, and just really massage it. And it honestly makes it taste so delicious. You put any dressing on it, just really softens it. I need to put those on. So that's all it was, like 2 minutes. Massage your kale, show it some love.
So we've got about 10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
If we want people to vote afterwards.
Yes.
What about local produce? How much of what you cook is influenced by the stuff that's growing in the fields around us and
so like this,
foraging and so on?
So the Edadoc asparagus that he's got at the moment, they deliver to us as of about a month ago, and it's got a very short season, that one. And we use the local trawler who's got his boat in Padstow. So basically, we use him all the time instead of like a fish supplier. My boss
you've got one man that goes out and whatever he brings back.
Yeah, so
amazing.
And we'll come back with just so much. So instead of getting, him then taking it to the market, paying something extra for that, so we just cut out the middleman almost.
We had a similar thing happen over COVID. I don't know how many people here live locally, but over COVID, we had a situation where the local fisherman in Coverack couldn't take his catch to Newlyn
Yeah.
So he would just...
Yeah.
I don't think they're allowed to do it in normal time.
It was fabulous, though, wasn't it, for locals? Because we were able
had
to
local fishermen just turning up at our house, just, with, like, whatever the catch of the day was. And we would buy it off him. It was cheaper for us. He was making more money out of it.
Yeah,
and you
it
thought,
was brilliant.
what is... Our food systems are so broken.
Being able to give them a tenner and taking it back. We had Lobster Tuesdays. Because our mate Johnny Murr is quite a famous fisherman in Padstow. He's really gorgeous as well, so it's worth watching some of his stuff, just so you know. We were getting really cheap lobster every single Tuesday. We'd have lobster and cocktail night just with the kids.
But also it makes you think on your feet as well. You're like, what is this fish? What am I going to do with that? I don't know. We bought a John Dory once.
Oh, nice.
Which I wouldn't ordinarily be able to begin to afford to buy a John Dory. But, it was, it was about 20 quid from him. And, Google how to cook a John Dory, and 45 minutes later we had an amazing roast John Dory.
Do you like that book? Have you got children? Little John Dory. Is it, what's it called? Tiddler. Tiddler's Dip. Tiddler's Wish? Tiddler's... Little John Dory told a long story. No? No one? Okay.
I don't know that one.
Can tell I've got a 6-year-old. Do I want that? I don't want that. Do you want that?
Nah.
How are you getting on?
Who's on next?
Do you need any help? Need any
No, I'm
advice?
okay.
Tips? No? You all right?
So are we nearly at serving time?
We are. I reckon
Nearly.
we've got... Don't we need the clock? No, that's countdown.
That's countdown.
What's
I can
the Ready
do that
Steady
if you
Cook
want.
one? What do they do?
How are you feeling about your dishes? Are they what you imagined they would be?
Yeah.
I think it's
about
all right.
20 minutes ago?
About 20 minutes ago, yeah, exactly.
What a cloth. I'm going to tidy
Just
this
need
up.
a little bit longer on the pork mince, I think.
So your panko crust there, is that just panko or has that got anything else in it?
So flour, egg and breadcrumbs.
Just flour,
and a bit
egg,
of seasoning
breadcrumbs.
as well.
Yeah.
And Rose, did you have
I've got
parmesan in yours?
parmesan, black pepper,
Give it a
lemon,
bit of a crunch.
lots of lemon zest.
Why don't you use the parmesan? Do we have to use everything?
You don't have to, because I didn't get any of your treats stuff, so you do you.
Okay, cool.
Do what you want.
We won't mark it against you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just doing some
Do a
little
minute.
thin strips of asparagus there as well, by the way. I've just cut it down the middle and make it slightly softer. The chefs will be like, it's not al dente. But I think it's quite nice being just sort of a bit limp on the top with the crispiness. I'm into that. A limp asparagus. Right.
What's the one ingredient that you could both not do without?
We talk about this all the time.
No, I don't mean like an ingredient. I mean, as in like the star of a dish, bacon or cheese, or do you know what I mean? What's the thing that?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Transforms a dish for you.
Oh, for me, it's like chili.
Chili.
I think something, or either chili or maybe honey.
Something citrus, like lemon, because lemon you can season so many things with. Fruit as well does so well being seasoned by like lemon juice and fresh lemon and things like that. But like vinegar, sugar, those sort of things, just in anything are great. So a little bit of acid.
A little bit of acid goes.
It's always, on the Great British Drinking Game, if you're watching that and they say it needs more acidity, then you drink.
Oh yeah, we play this game on
so many people.
like our first date.
I don't know these rules.
Yeah.
Tell them, Eddie. So that's hilarious. There's all these. I mean, I don't know any of these words. Uzu and what is it? All these fancy things that come in and out of fashion in the chef world, and we'd be listening for ponzu or something.
Yeah.
And we'd have to drink. I need to get an egg.
So, Rose, you mentioned a book earlier. Are you going to do a cookbook?
I'm writing it, and I'm doing about 1 page a week.
Well, that's a lot faster than some novelists, I can tell you.
Okay, so 2050, maybe. I'm trying to do it, and maybe aiming for sort of next year, the year after, to get it towards sort of the publishing point. But it's going to be a little bit of, well, just sort of me really, a bit like stories with recipes, a little bit of a sort of autobiography about not me, but kind of the family, how
family
this came
memoir,
about, just the whole sort of thing, and a few laughs, and sort of the idea is that the book will take you through catering for family and friends coming over. So like you wake up and go, I need to make a dip. Just turn to the dip chapter, and then after that the kids are going to get back from swimming chapter. Not necessarily that, but you know. What did I need? Oil, butter. I'm just going to fry an egg and then we're done. We're holding everyone up. Who have we got? We've got Andy Tucker after this. Oh, God, don't hold Andy up.
How long have we got?
I don't know. We're
It's
10 minutes
10
over.
to, so
cool.
if you can play it up in the next 5 minutes,
Can it be as long as it takes to fry an egg? Is that
then
all right?
Andy and Toby afterwards, yeah.
Perfect.
As long as you tidy up after yourselves.
Yeah.
Okay. We can
Do you normally
that.
have someone to do that
It's
for
not
you at
worked
work?
very well. I do it. Actually, no, you're very good at
Yeah, you've got an 8-year-old.
I'm not very good at tidying up. Okay. Where's
Has
the
anyone
eggies?
from the audience got any questions? I've been sitting here asking lots and lots of questions. Has anyone got anything they'd like to ask? No?
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
Is there anything you'd like to share with us that you're desperate to share with the audience?
But we're desperate to share with you. Oh, I don't know. Desperate to tell everyone about the feast, the fish feast tonight. Has everyone got a ticket for that? I think there was like 1 or 2 left, so you should definitely get to that. What do we desperately want to say, Eddie?
Are you just desperate to beat one another?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm desperate to kick his ass.
Is this going to be like a very, very sad
live it
journey
down.
home if, for one of you?
It'll be, my kids were like, you're
Well,
going to
actually,
win, Mum.
I'm driving home on my own on Sunday anyway to pick my kids up and bring them back down here, so don't worry.
Not as a result of
But
whatever happens in
this
this
morning,
competition.
my son said the winner has to be given 100 quid by the other one. And I was like, I have to win because I haven't got 100 quid to give him. So
So how are we going to do
Really
this?
hot.
Are we going to be able to see both
You've all got
dishes
paddles.
on the screen
We'll show
at
you
the
the
same
dishes.
time or not? Is that
I
going to work?
don't know.
Is that going to work? Do you think
Will
we're
we
going
be
to see
able to
both
do that?
dishes on the screen at the same time? Brilliant. Okay, great. I think we're only a couple of minutes away from.
We are. Oh, look
we're as
at
long
the-
as it takes to fry an
To
egg.
fry an egg. These
Poach an egg.
new eggs are insane, aren't they? They're just the most amazing, vibrant, beautiful eggies.
Does that
Have you
try
ever
that? Does
kept-
it taste like a pina colada?
Chickens?
50 chickens.
Did you?
I did. I had turkeys as well. And
Wow.
quail. I was the local quail egg lady.
Wow.
But then I moved, so I couldn't keep them anymore because I moved to a park home. I was in my Britney Spears era at the moment, so couldn't do that anymore. But yeah, I had loads of chickens. I loved it. Fresh eggs is really important, and looking after chickens, like Sunyu is really, it's actually really important. Like if you keep caged hens, and even if I wouldn't let them out for, say, when we've had those awful, what are they called? The epidemics where the chickens have got to be locked away for months. And you had to, legally.
Yeah, avian
the
flu,
eggs
flu.
would just change, they'd drop off, they'd be depressed. And happy hens are like the funniest things. It's like having a bunch of aunts constantly following you around the garden and like eating your plants and pecking your toenails. Yeah, big fan of chickens.
Okay, I'm being given the serve up signal
All right,
from
we're on it.
backstage.
Right.
Are
We're
we
on.
ready?
Yeah.
Is it from Andy?
Okay, I'm touched.
No comment.
I can't remember the music for it. We should have planned this, shouldn't we? We could have put it on the speakers.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris, Spotify the ready, steady, cook music.
Good music. I can do the.
Okay, shall we say what we both got, Eddie, as we play it up?
Yeah, go
That's on
for
your
it.
spot. So I've got a lovely Cavolo Nero, crispy, smoky chili oil and peanut and pineapple salady slaw. That's all raw, not cooked. I'm putting a little bit of... Actually, I'm going to put that on top. Am I? I've got my Murnau's pankoed little pork schnitzel and a sexy, buttery, crispy Cindy egg, which I think I've just burst the yolk on. Kind of woman not get a spatula around here? We got one?
Oh, look at that.
I'm going to have to tip it on.
Oh, yeah. Why spanker? There you
Can
go.
I have your spanker? Thank you. Perfect.
So this one, so you've got the pork steak.
Can you see this on the screen? Yeah. Oh, this is the.
Fun. Well done, Chrissy. Love that.
Excellent tech skills.
Yeah.
That was the theme music from Ready Steady Cook.
Thanks.
Right.
There we are. Chef, how you doing?
So it was the pork steak with the pineapple, rum, peppercorn sauce, and then they sort of redid that in the pan when they cooked the pork. So they cooked the pork with the pineapple again, a bit more pink peppercorn and the rum. So just all the flavours just matched together into it. And then a little Scotch egg with the pork mince. Then pineapple and asparagus little salsa to go with it. And I found in my knife bag a little red pepper ketchup.
He cheated!
Yeah.
You're not allowed to bring No, I'm
You
sorry.
cheating? Is that
you always
cheating?
need that.
Points
just,
off for
yeah,
bringing
points
a-
off. Drops a
Okay.
point.
What have we done over here, Rose?
Chefs are dishonest.
Chefs are dishonest. Cooks, however.
Cooks cook a nice little bit of lunch. That's asparagus cooked in lemon butter with a fried egg, literally with just some crispy chili oil, lovely little lemony parmesan-y pork schnitzel and a pineapple and cavolo nero salad.
Okay, so we need to bear in mind two things. One, he's cheated with the ketchup, but
Yeah.
two, he's made 2 dishes.
3, he's a man. Yeah.
So,
Oh my God,
have
you
you
made
got your
2
paddles?
dishes.
Have you got your paddles? Are we going to do some voting?
That is so
we done?
tight.
Does everyone know how to do the voting?
I want you
Okay.
to really think about this, guys. What would you really want to
Chef-
actually eat, though?
Chef, cook. Chef, cook. Okay, so everyone
Okay.
put their paddles up so we can see who's won.
Where's my phone? I want to film you all.
Okay.
I'm coming back.
God, it's looking quite good for the cook, I'm afraid.
It does look good, that, actually, yeah. Oh, my God.
Okay.
Can I go and crack the yolk?
Yeah,
What
just
have they
sabotage
said?
it while she's out of the room.
Yes!
I think the cook has won it.
Hooray!
That cheating obviously counted against you.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, look, thank you so much for putting that food in front of us, for entertaining us for the last 50 minutes or so. And
Thank
best of
you.
luck with your ongoing food
Oh,
adventures.
sorry.
Yeah, you'll see a bit more of the chef and the cook. Me and Eddie do a little bit more together online now, so you can see us being ridiculous and cooking the odd thing occasionally.
Brilliant. Please put your hands together and thank them for coming and
Thank
joining
you all
us.
for coming.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Have a lovely festival.
And stay around in about
Well,
5
that's
minutes.
good.
We've got Andy Tuck and Toby Hesseltine cooking as well. So, yeah, back in 5 minutes. Thank you. this working? This is working. Right, okay, I think we're about to sort of kick off in about the next sort of 2 or 3 minutes. Is that right? Yeah? Okay. So, if you want to get your seats, we're going to be listening to Andy Tuck and slightly less enthusiastically Toby Heseltine, his colleague, who's hiding at the sides. But Andy's going to be centre stage, and I'll introduce them in a minute, and then we'll crack on. Thank you. Right, are we ready? Okay, right. Welcome to the Porthleven Food Festival. I am Colin Midson. I'm going to actually leave these guys to it. I'm going to introduce them, then I'm going to disappear from the stage. I'm going to introduce Andy Tuck. Andy is a distinguished chef known for his innovative approach to Cornish cuisine. He gained national recognition as a contestant on the Great British Menu in both 2023 and 2024, representing the Southwest region. He's currently senior sous chef at the Tartan Fox.
Currently head chef.
Currently head chef. News breaking, everyone. Yeah. He's currently head chef. That's from a website that's wrong. He's currently head chef at the Tartan Fox, and Toby Heseltine is his colleague. Toby is the regional general manager for the Adam Handling collection, which includes the Tartan Fox and the Ugly Butterfly. Under his leadership, the Ugly Butterfly received the Trencherman's Award for Creativity and Innovation, while the Tartan Fox earned a spot in the Michelin Guide after just 5 months of being open. Please put your hands together and welcome them to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome.
Are you starting or am I starting?
I'll let you start. You go first.
So, everyone, this is Toby's very first food festival, so let's give him a massive round of applause. Get him up. Awesome. So today we're going to be cooking a couple of dishes. We've got our lamb dish one at the moment. It's hot smoked lamb rump. In Blue Peter tradition, I have one already going because it takes about an hour and a half, and this thing's raging. It's actually off the scale. So we'll leave that in a minute. Hopefully it won't burn. It'll be fine. Then we're going to do my ember-baked oysters. So it's ember-baked oysters with XO butter, beef pepper pancatata, one of my kind of signature dishes. They're insane. And then we've got some sparkling wine to talk about as well.
Which, if we're lucky at the end, we'll get to share out with everybody as well.
And then if we've got time, we're going to do our hash browns and caviar, which some people might be able to try. But yeah, I'm going to start cooking. And Toby, over to you.
Awesome. Welcome. Thank you very much. First of all, we'd just like to say, so this gentleman here is Brandon. He actually works with us, part of the Penrith College, obviously, but he comes to work with us. How many times a week do you work with us now? 2 times a week. Hopefully that'll be a lot more afterwards. But he's been the backstage, and obviously the other 2 over the side as well. They've been a massive hand and help today, so thank you very much. But truthfully, we're just going to start off really talking about Tartan Fox and how it's developed over, I think, 11 months now we've been there. So we started, truthfully, the first time we actually even looked at the place was a year ago today, exactly today. So now it's been open 11 months. It's grown and grown and grown, which is nice. We've been very well received by the locals. We've been very well received by everybody all over this kind of industry as well. Then with Andy joining us, maybe I think, being part of this group, you have to have 75% of what we really want as a company, like, fully immerse yourself into it. But then, Andy, you have to have that extra 25% to really have your own twist on things. And that's really what Andy's brought into this, I'd say, with your Fireside Embers. Like, he's been around Cornwall for how many years now? 24? 24 years, and you don't look a day over 40. So thank 42, you very much for that, 42. Sir. Oh, you look great, my friend.
Yeah.
But yeah, give us a little history, like how you kind of started Chef Culinary Styles and what really, like,
I mean, I started like Brandon, started at college. So I did full-time college, and it was the best thing I ever do, stay in college. And then just started, I got family ties in Polzeath, started coming down to Polzeath, worked my way around all the restaurants in Polzeath. Then I was lucky enough to go back up to Somerset and work at the Queen's Arms, which we got AA, for my first head chef's job, got AA Pub of the Year, 2008-2009, which was insane. We actually one of the first ever gastro pubs in England, which was epic. Then came down to Cornwall, and then they say the rest is history. But it's not, because I met Ben Quinn and Simon Stallard, and they just injected me with all this passion of fire, and then that's been the last decade of my life, really. And then that led to Great British Menu and working with Adam, which is insane, because me and Adam are good friends, and we're both at the other end of the scale. I'm more rustic and flavours, he's more fine dining and beautiful, and you smash them together, and we've got Tartan Fox, which is epic, and you all need to get there if you don't already. I know you do a lot. But yeah, it's brilliant. It's great. And then working with yourselves, and we've got the best person in the right job, and that's what makes it so special. Everyone just is at the top of their game, and it's a privilege and an honour to be part of the company.
So would you say that's what kind of brought you into it, the company side? You saw one side which you really wanted to project your own thoughts, your own vision onto.
Yeah, totally.
And thought Adam would actually let you run it. Because I think that's, well, for me as well, what this kind of company does. It lets you run with whatever you have. You don't get micromanaged much, which is nice. It's you sink or swim, essentially. But so far, we're both swimming pretty well, I hope. Touch wood after this, you never know.
And, I kind of want to do that. I want to do GBM again. And how do I do that? I work with the best.
Were you on GBM?
I cannot confirm or deny, but I'm going to Great British Menu this year. But anyway, let's talk about lamb. So we have some lovely lamb rump. Can you get me a glove so I can handle it? We've got some lovely lamb rump. This is coal ewe. So anyone know what coal ewe is? So coal ewe is the byproduct of lamb industry. So you have the lambs, they're up to 2 years, and then you have hogget, which is a bit later. Then you have kind of mutton, and then what they do is they get those sheep, they put them in the field for a couple of years, and then we get this lovely coal ewe, which we're going to put... Oh, nice clear ones. Normally I have black ones so I can see I don't put any glove in the food. So with this, when we hot smoke it, we do indirect cooking. So what indirect is, we'll have the fire over one side, and then we'll have no fire the other. Obviously, this is very small, so it won't be indirect today, but you kind of get the gist of it. So we'll just leave that on there. Normally, that rump will take about 45 minutes to an hour and 10. Then we're going to pair that with some lovely asparagus. It's May in Cornwall. Where do I get my asparagus from? St Enodoc. Nat Buse is a really good friend of mine, so I'm very lucky that I get fresh asparagus every morning, and I used to pick it in the that whole thing called COVID. Yeah. So I for the whole COVID, I was picking asparagus, which was great. Got me up at 5 o'clock every morning instead of sat there getting fat.
Do you think that like your produce, where it's locally sourced from, and where that has a massive inspiration for you as well?
It's 100%. I mean, we're very lucky in Cornwall that we can get literally everything. If we put a wall along Tamar, we could be self-sufficient. That's the best thing about Cornwall. It's just there's so much great produce, produce, producers, and having that connection. And quite a few of our producers are good friends of mine, so it's nice that we work hand in hand together.
With the produce you forage, then, so what's the main things you can find around Cornwall?
Oh well, at the moment, this little sucker. So this is three-cornered leek. Obviously, to pick in the wild is illegal, so I pick out people's gardens. So it's lovely. It's really nice. You can tell it's three-cornered leek because it's a triangle. It's 3 corners, and it smells garlicky. Then you also have wild garlic, which is lovely broad leaf like this. If you want to hunt it, and you can be a garlic hunter, you can go underneath the garlic. So you have these lovely little shoots that will grow underneath them like that. And then you get these lovely little flowers. And then in about a week's time, these lovely little flowers will produce these lovely little green balls, which we call wild garlic capers. But it's great. And then we get things like bronze fennel, which is amazing. Bronze fennel is lovely. Then we go down to the coast, and you can get lovely seaweed. Actually, go along Jude's garden, you can actually get salty fingers, which is a type of succulent, which is part of the cactus family.
And where would you find Jude's garden, just so everyone knows?
I cannot say that information, sorry. Right, anyway, I'm not really doing much cooking, but we are talking a lot, so...
Start cooking.
We're using quite a lot of lamb, we're using shellfish, and we've got some events coming up at the Tartan Fox, which we can talk about. So,
events-wise, what event do you want to start with? Feast nights?
Feast nights, every third Thursday of the month, we have a feast. Which is seasonal. Last month it was all about spring, so it was chicken and lamb, which was lovely. I had hot smoked lamb leg. We had lovely hot smoked chicken, which was insane. And then this month, we have got Moorland beef. So lovely Dexter Moorland beef. That's going to be chucked on the asado pit. We're going to hang it for 6 hours, and we're going to turn it, and it's going to be lovely, basted with loads of beef fat, which, it's going to be absolutely gorgeous.
Delicious. So, truthfully, for that, we are actually having our last one in June, and then after that, we're stopping for a couple of months?
Yeah, we're going to stop for summer. We'll do June, and we'll stop for summer, and then we'll start it back up in September, which is like the 23rd, maybe?
24th, I think.
24th, yeah.
It's quite a bespoke place, so we have the building itself, Tartan Fox, is built in 1669, it's super old, a lot of history to it there. But there's an external barn where we hold these feast nights. We're up to 26 covers in total. And you get Andy cooking on the side, cooking all over the barbecue. It's directly outside. It's a really... Thank you. I didn't know you couldn't hear me. It's actually a really nice evening, so I'd recommend booking in. They do get fully booked, truthfully. So if you want to book into it, you can find Nick at the front. He'll book you in as well. Nick, put your hand up. Find Nick, please. So other events we've got going on. I've got to look at my calendar because there's so many events. We have a little Carl U on the 29th. So we've got cooking demonstrations. Andy, as you can probably tell, is very forward on demonstrations with everything he's got coming up. But there's 3 in total. The 29th of May is the Carl U. We then have on the 25th of June, the Futsamore, which translates to...
Fruits of the Sea.
Fruits of the Sea. And finally, on the 24th of July, we have the Foots Chicken one. So 3 major events where you come, you see what Andy's cooking, you get actually involved with it. We do a little bit of foraging all around the local area. You then come back, cook everything with Andy, and you actually get to eat it. It is a whole day's event, but it's a pretty special event, which, truthfully, not many people are doing at the moment, so we're quite lucky and fortunate that we could take the produce and do that.
One of the things I've always wanted to do, I wanted to do masterclasses, like this, but get, down and dirty and just, really embrace, cooking on fire. So it's been an absolute pleasure to kind of plan all these things with Adam and the team, especially when we've got two giant teepees. We can do it in there, and hopefully we'll get up to 50 people, which is going to be really special, nice and intimate. Also, with that teepee, we've got hopefully our dinner clubs, which we're going to release in the summer. So there's going to be myself, Adam, and some of our friends from the industry. we'll do like 5-6 courses and just have a really nice big feast in there, which we're really looking forward to doing. So I've got this lovely asparagus. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put it a little bit of oil. So when I use cook with fire, I don't use bottles because what happens is that just puts too much oil in it and then it flames up and you get this horrible bitter flame. So I use a little squirty bottle. Got these little atomizers which we just spray on there. And what that does is it distributes the oil evenly. So these are going to go on here. We'll probably go 3, maybe 4. I think when you're cooking on fire, the key, everyone just like chucks it all on, and then it goes big, and you can't control it, and everything gets burnt. So you kind of get the classic dad cooking, you know, burnt sausages, burnt chicken, and raw inside. So when you're cooking with fire, really the top tip is just kind of let it build up and then knock it back. So I'll get in there, I'll get the tongs, I'll knock it back, break the fire down. Hopefully it should cool, which it is. Hang on. I was going to turn it upside down, but never mind. So that's there, the cooking. That's going to literally take a couple of minutes. We just want to get that asparagus just a little bit charred, but we don't want to overcook it so it falls apart, because we do like al dente veg. You love al dente veg, don't you?
Oh, I love vegetables. Look at me.
Awesome. So we've got some aged beef fat. We would use lamb fat, but we haven't got lamb fat at the moment. So this is just aged beef fat. We get it, bring it up to it's almost smoking. Then we chuck loads of herbs in there, loads of hard herbs. So it has to be like rosemary and thyme. And then we just baste the meat with that. I mean, when you look at this, you know, don't want to burn that. You know, I don't know if you can see that on the camera, but you see a lovely, like when we cut into that fat is going to be lovely and rendered, and it's going to be lovely and minty. We marinate it overnight in a mint sauce, mint and sugar. I'll use that one.
If you had to cook one dish that kind of captures Cornwall essentially for you, would it be the lamb, or what would you choose?
I mean, I would choose Porthleven oysters absolutely any day, which is what we are doing. Sorry, technical issues. Brilliant, thank you. So seafood. Seafood, without a doubt. Seafood and my style of cooking go hand in hand. And you know, with our fruit and more masterclass, you'll be able to get really personal, up and personal with all of that. So we've got, this is XO butter. So XO sauce comes from Asia, and it's extra old. So we've got smoked scallops in there, smoked shrimps, which we smoke them and then we dry them, and then we rehydrate them. It seems a bit of a weird process, but drying it just really intensifies that flavour. So then we dry them out and then rehydrate them, and then we put that in a pan with some jus, which is gravy, some chorizo as well, and then we just boil that up and then we blitz it into a lovely, lovely sauce. Then to butter, we'll add that to butter. We'll go, who knows about Cafe de Paris butter? So basically it's Cafe de Paris butter with XO sauce. So Cafe de Paris butter has about 50 different ingredients. There's all the herbs. We've got green peppercorns, shallots, capers, tomato ketchup, gravy, loads of stuff in there. So that's there. The lamb's resting. As the lamb's resting, we've got the asparagus, which has got a nice little bit of char on it. We'll get the airflow going a bit more so it gets a little bit better. And then once that lamb's out, we'll get the oysters in. Because who's ever cooked oysters on a fire before? Or on a barbecue? They spit. So, you can open the oyster and put them on there, but it's not nice. They basically stew. So what you do is you put them on there. They're in their own little oven. So you put them on there. They'll boil in there. They'll pop open. If you chuck them directly on fire, put them away from you, because sometimes get like 90-degree oyster juice in your face isn't great.
You mentioned the Porthleven oysters, the ones we use. Why'd you choose those?
Personally, I think they're the best.
What flavour texture should I be expecting?
So with Porthleven oysters, they're creamy, but they're irony. And I love all the ones from France, but these ones, they have every single, they're plump, they're creamy, and they are world-class oysters when you can get hold of them.
Once you get hold of them, what should you put them with as well? Because there's a variation. Should you
I
choose
mean,
alcohol?
really, just as they are, with a bit of lemon and maybe a bit of cider vinegar. But at the pub, we chuck them in buttermilk and then put them in our house flour. So we'll do crispy buttermilk oyster with chipotle mayo and pickled jalapenos or green chilies. Then we've got pickled ginger, cucumber, which is really good at the moment. Actually, they're amazing. Right, so I'm going to get these oysters in now. I'm going to point them away from me and towards you.
How long do you have to leave them in the barbecue for? What temperature?
There's no real time. It's when they're open. So what we'll do is we'll just knock the fire back. Here's what I mean about knocking it back. We just move it around. We'll knock the fire back. Obviously, these will leak a little bit of juice, so we've got to make sure they're flat and open. We'll knock the fire back. We'll open all the vents, and then we'll just get a bit of air in there. While that's happening, our sauce is lovely and warm. We've got our jus here. We've got this is wild garlic puree. So what we do is we go and get wild garlic from down the road. We'll do 50-50 wild garlic and pea, and then we'll season that with a bit of dashi stock. Then we just do a lovely bit of, put that there so you can see it.
If people wanted to make the wild garlic puree or wild garlic pesto, utilising everything you can find from hedgerows, how do you do that? What do you include?
So foraging, it's a bit of a kind of, everyone goes foraging, but you just got to be careful about how you pick it and where you pick it. Like, always forage. Wild garlic's mental at the moment. It's all down the country lanes. But if you're going to go foraging and you want to get quite a bit, just grab a little bit, walk on, grab a little bit, walk on. Don't just pillage one area like a Viking. And then, sorry, what's the question?
What else would you put in it to make the puree?
Whatever we'll put in it. So we put pea. You need something that's got body. So we use pea, and pea, it doesn't, it's not overpowering. And then we always finish it with a little bit of wild garlic oil, which I don't know if you can see this, but this is really, really green oil, which is insane. And the best thing about this is, you just have to buy the oil, and then everything else is free.
So a little sunflower oil, a little olive oil.
Neutral oil. So always a neutral oil. So you don't want to put anything that's adds flavour to it. So stay away from rapeseed oil, stay away from olive oil. Always use neutral oil. Whenever I cook, I always use neutral oil. You don't want to put that flavour unless it's for dressings. The only dressing oil we use at the Fox is rapeseed. One, because it's British, and two, it's bloody lovely.
Delicious.
Delicious.
How are the oysters looking?
The oysters need a couple more minutes. So I think we could fill it with some other information. So, the masterclasses. We've got the Kolyu, which is going to be brilliant. We've got Matt, who's the farmer of the sheep, coming down, and he's going to talk about that. The seafood masterclass is my baby, and I'm just going to unload you on all my knowledge of fishing and the quality of the fish and how we cook it on the fire. And then we've got the Foots's chicken, which we're quite lucky in locally. We've got this James Foots, who's the chicken farmer. And these chickens, they're not chickens, they're pterodactyls. They're absolutely massive. And then we'll get a few a week. One chicken will happily feed like 8 people. So we're going to break them down. We're going to hot smoke it. We'll do some yakitori with all the bits that you wouldn't really use, like the neck and the wingtips. So that's going to be awesome.
Is that like a similar dish to what you're cooking now then? Cooking it over the fire essentially?
Yeah. So, I mean, with me, obviously, everything's going to be cooked over fire.
What really took you to fire to start with? Well, other than the inspiration you had down here, has it always been a pyromaniac kind of thing for you? Or
I was a scout. I mean, yes, I'm a pyromaniac. I was a scout leader. I was a scout all my life. I was a scout leader. And then I was lucky enough to be, I went to 2 World Jamborees. I went to 1999, I went to Chile as a scout, which is amazing. But then in 2011, I went to Sweden as a leader. I know I got put in charge of 40 teenagers, which is crazy. Which is great. And then we did home hospitality, so you go to another scout group in Sweden, and then they put you up for a week. And then I went into this forest with another scout leader, and he was just like, oh, so we smoke our salmon on this, and then you go down the road and there's another family and they smoke on this wood. So every family in every village do it a bit differently, which was epic. And I was just like, I love this. I got bored of cooking. That was the main thing. I got bored of cooking generic food, and I wanted to do something a bit more interesting. No, I was going to talk about lamb. So when we carve the lamb, I like to be generous. So we've got this lovely lamb rump. We're literally just going to nick off the end, and then we're just going to carve it straight down the middle. And we're going to give a nice juicy bit there.
How's best to serve lamb?
Lamb, I like to serve lamb kind of like medium rare, especially if it's well rested. Actually, just going to tie that up a bit. Sometimes you get a little scrag end here, which you need to carve off.
You can tell you're quite obviously fully invested with chefing, but if you weren't chefing, what would be your dream job? What would you actually do if you weren't?
If I wasn't chefing?
Yeah.
Well, that's easy. I'll be a pro surfer. I'd be a surf instructor, lifeguard, anything to do with the ocean. I'm actually kind of decided that I've turned 40 and I want to do something crazy, so I'm going to start big wave surfing. Yeah.
Good luck,
this is great,
Fox.
Obviously, I'll do that in my free time. So we've got this lovely mint gel. So this is mint and vinegar just infused. Then we add a bit of agar, which is a setting agent. That sets rock hard. And then we turn it into a lovely little gel. So just a little bit of that on there. What that does is that brings a bit of acidity to the plate. There we just go on a few dots of that. If it comes out properly. And then with that, we'll start dressing the wild garlic. They are perfect, right? Great, just grab another tray. So with these, I'm gonna be careful because they're as hot as hell. Can I say hell? Hot as fire. So just be careful. Obviously, I can just take them off because my hands are dead. But really be careful when you take them off. This one's a little bit too hot. I can normally go about 4, maybe 5. But you see how they've come away from the top muscle, and then the bottom muscle, it just needs a little tickle. But you see how they've just shrunk a little bit. They're amazing. If anyone who doesn't like oysters, who has tried an oyster cooked that doesn't like oysters? If you don't like oysters, try it cooked, and then come to me, tell me you love oysters. Because cooked oyster is way better first time around.
Do you reckon that normally stems from the texture? From people don't
yeah,
like
I mean, there's always stigma about eating a live oyster. And people say, swallow it, don't swallow it, chew it, free chews. And then you're actually eating something that's living. So, of course, it's going to make your stomach feel a bit weird. So just give it a few chews, and then you'll be absolutely fine. So we've got our lovely chicken sauce. So in the group, we dress everything with a chicken sauce. It's just chicken and beef stock reduced down. We're going to put that over the lamb. Obviously, we're seasoning a little bit. We're going to let them rest for a little bit as well. So we've got the lamb there resting. We're going to dress it with the 3-corner leek flowers.
For the oysters, what's the best?
Of time. Sorry?
For the oysters, what's the best pairing for an oyster? You say like alcohol-wise. Do you reckon champagne?
I mean, I think kind of Adam Handling own brand is the best pairing.
Would you happen to have any of that with you, sir?
I currently have a couple of bottles.
Oh, fabulous! Oh, right.
Yeah, should we crack one open?
Should we stand some open?
I think that's a good thing. So obviously, when we serve dishes, we want to kind of serve dishes on the surroundings around them. So obviously, when we serve the oysters, we're going to serve the oysters on a bed of seaweed. And then we just chuck them on. And then with the lamb, obviously we've got the lamb, in the fields, wild garlic grows around the lamb. We've got so we're going to dress that with some lovely wild garlic. We've got this lovely reduced sauce. And then literally just kind of nap it over the lamb. So almost like pools in the dish. We're going to dress that with we've got this caper mint. I mean, it's almost like a salsa verde, but this will cut through all that lovely lamb. Get it all over the asparagus as well, because obviously mint and capers go great with asparagus. And then when we dress it, we're going to dress it with more baby wild garlic. These little succulent leaves. I really recommend, if you go and find some wild garlic, really kind of like lift back the leaves and find these lovely succulent little garlics.
Should you always try and find the big leaves, or should you try and find the small ones right on the bottom?
I prefer the smaller leaves. I think the big leaves, this time of year, they start getting a little bit kind of old and woody. Then just some bronze fennel as well, just to lift that up. So this is our smoked lamb rump, St. Aug asparagus and wild garlic, which is banging. Then we've got, these have just come up in temp a little bit. We've got the butter here.
While you're doing that, I'm going to pour some champagne.
There we go. You pour some champagne while we do this. So this XO butter, we're just literally going to go really liberal with it. And then this is lovely because it's nice and it's sweet, it's peppery, it's a little bit fishy. You get the saltiness from the oysters as well. I think as well, I think we've got time. We've definitely got time to do our hash browns. So then this is beef fat pang tartar. So this is all our waste breadcrumbs, which then we blitz up. We then toast that with aged beef fat, salt and thyme, and that just goes on top. So again, it's just texture. And we'll just cover that quite liberal with it. Like that. So that is our ember-baked oysters with XO butter, which you'll be able to learn at the masterclass, and that will be coming on the menu soon. We've got our hot smoked lamb rump, St. Aug asparagus, wild garlic, mint and capers. And then, I think, do you want to drop 4 hash browns, chef? So then our hash browns have turned into a bit of a legend in the company. So what we do is we get all our waste potato from a Sunday, and then we just press it in a nice big sheet. We get a round disc cutter, and then we cut it out, and then we press it again, and then we'll deep fry these about 180 degrees for a couple of minutes. I mean, you might go get a couple more in there. Well, I'll eat them. So then with that, we serve that with some caviar, which is Adam's own brand caviar, which is absolutely delicious. Also with truffle cream cheese. So they're 3 together. I mean, when we put truffle on the menu and we put caviar on the menu, we actually put it on the menu at cost, because we want everyone to be able to enjoy these amazing, indulgent ingredients. So we don't make any money on this. This is just because we want everyone to try ingredients that we think are just the bee's knees. So, chef, when these are ready, about another minute, can you season them and put them on a tray, please?
Brandon, you're used to it now, aren't you? Used to cooking the hash browns and oysters, aren't you?
Just forgot, we've got a little bit, that's oil, we've got a little bit of koji. So koji is fermented grains, and then we cold smoke them, and then we let them sit in water, and they get this lovely smoky koji, which we spray over our oysters, which is beautiful. Right, I think we're ready on the old hash browns now, chef.
So obviously you have a diverse cooking range, Andy. I've been asked by popular demand on messages on here to ask about different menus at the Tartan Fox. One of them is including a dog food menu. Use your words.
We have dog chews by the canine menu. That's not we have a canine menu, which someone asked about the other day, and I had to cook food for a dog.
And what was that food, sir?
Well, actually, it was all the burnt ends from the short rib dish that we had on. Anyone tried my smoked short rib? It's very lovely. So I gave him all the burnt ends and put in some gravy. Charged him 40 quid. So we're all good. So we've got a lovely, beautiful hash browns. I mean, these things are stunning. So then we put on just a nice little bit of the truffle cream cheese. And then this is where we kind of... do a couple for me too. And then this is where we kind of...
So this caviar is umai caviar.
Sorry?
This umai caviar, isn't it?
Yeah, umai caviar, which is world-class caviar. So then we just get a nice big bit. We'll put it over the cream cheese.
A little bit of information for you. This one's actually the heritage version, which then is actually in the water for about 6 months longer in fresh stream. Makes the fish a little bit more mature, slightly bigger eggs, and slightly more of a brioche nutty taste to the caviar. Thank you very much. Some people think I work in this industry. Are we going to get to try this, chef?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I might just put that under there for me later. Not that I eat an obscene amount of caviar, because that would not be cost effective for the business. But yeah, so this is pretty much kind of what we do in a nutshell. We really want people to come to the Tarrant Fox, especially and the rest of the collection. And yeah, this is pretty much what we do, and have fun and drink lovely bubbles and eat lovely food. And really, please come and see what we're about. We'd love to have you all there. I mean, we really think that we do hospitality, not service. Service you can get from a service station, you can get from a pasty shop, you can get from a bar. We do hospitality, and we think we do it bloody well. So please come along. I've got one more announcement, but yeah, please come along, have a look at the food, and it's great to be here today. Thank you.
I'll come round and hand out a little piece of caviar, but one more thing for you, Andy, is not events, but collabs really coming up, if I'm honest. Collabs with different chefs, collabs with different places. Have you got anything out in the books coming up?
So, I mean, one thing we have got coming up is I've delved into the world that Jude has delved in. I'm hosting a food festival, first ever New Key Food Festival, which is on the 10th to the 13th of July. We have got Kamado Joe as our main sponsor, so we're going to be cooking on the Joes. Think of Ready, Steady, Cook meets fire. So it's going to be great. We're going to have the chefs are going to cook 3 dishes. The first dish is from their restaurant. The second dish is what they want to cook at home on barbecues. And the third dish is my mystery dish. You can either have it from the Joe or you can have it from the Yeti cooler. So it's going to be absolutely epic. I can't wait. So it's Killer Court, New Key, 10th to the 13th of July.
Can we capture any other food festivals coming up?
Yes, we have got, in 2 weeks' time, we have got St. Ives Food Festival, which is brilliant. I'm actually bought a house recently, so I'm celebrating this weekend, but I'm actually moving in that weekend, so it's going to be a bit of carnage. So I don't like to, sit still. So we've got that, and then obviously Rock Oyster, which is in my local food festival, which I'll be demoing at on the Pearl stage the end of July. And then we'll have a break for the summer, and then see what happens.
One more little festival you're forgetting about is the Whitsun Party Festival.
Oh, no, I haven't forgotten about it.
Okay.
Oh, no, building that up. So on the 20...
Hold on. Bear with me. Dramatic effect. 25th of May.
25th of May, we have got our own little festival. We have got... what band have we got playing?
We've got the Stone Roots playing, who are actually playing tonight as well at 9 o'clock in the Blue.
So they're playing Into the Blue, which is the car park the other side of the football, the pub the other side of the football ground. We've got some festival dishes that I'm cooking there. We've got music. It starts from, I think it's from 4 p.m. So come have Sunday lunch. Then let's get merry and have a great knees up. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, my friend. Have a lovely evening. Thank you.
This has been Toby. Thank you.
This has been Andy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Our last act today is a fantastic one. We've got Kate Ackley and her amazing gang from Sabzi in Truro. They're going to wow you with their stuff. There's loads of them on stage. We're going to finish with a bang. Please hang out. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. See you shortly.
Nick, slight change of plan. There's only one headset now.
Okay, cool.
One headset, 2 sticks.
Come on. We don't have to. I feel like they need one over there. Yeah, they definitely need one down there. I can walk around. Me too.
Jade will happily. I'll hold it.
So if you don't...
Oh, right, great. Jade is starting like chocolate potatoes to do. Initially, chefing.
Like that. That'll be fine. Yeah. Okay. Just do a quick live. Yeah. So it's a little pumpy pump. We need a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our final and probably our best demo of the day, and I would say that. We are very, very lucky this evening to have the wonderful team behind Sabzi, headed up by the wonderful Kate Attlee. Should we have a little round of applause? We're going to do a few round of applause, don't waste them all, because we're going to go through the list. We've also got the wonderful Jade. Jade, put your hand up so everyone knows who you are. There's Jade. Jade's the general manager. Manages all things across the whole group. We've got the lovely Fleur. Fleur, put your hand up so everyone knows who you are. There's Fleur. And wonderful Lucy and Bryony, managers at Sabzi. Kate, why don't you start by just telling us what you're going to do, and then we'll go into a bit of chatty stuff in a bit.
Absolutely, Charlie. Thanks so much for coming. So we thought, I thought some of you I might have met before. Hi. Hello. Yes, we have met. So when I've done demos before over the years, of course, generally I've been here up on my own. And for some of you who might be aware about Sabzi and kind of how it's grown in the last nearly 6 years, it just felt like a really wonderful opportunity to actually celebrate the amazing people I work with and kind of everything that I hope Sabzi stands for. And so to be able to stand here with these women and do it together just felt really nice. So you might be aware what we're all about at Sabzi is seasonal food, celebrating the best of what Cornwall has to offer, but with my Middle Eastern heritage that runs through the heart of everything we do. So we are big on accessibility. We really try and cook food that you can go away and hopefully cook at home and feel like it's achievable. That's my massive aim. So we're going to do 2 dressings today, and we're going to show you 4 ways to use those dressings at home. And my sincere hope would be that you might think, well, I'll just do that over the weekend. That's the idea.
Wonderful. So who's going to go home and try and cook some of these dishes they've seen today?
Well, hopefully.
Good, because I think Kate's food, that's one of the big things,
Yes,
isn't it?
it is.
This is stuff you can make at home.
Yeah.
And
And also the ingredients, I think,
Yeah.
Charlie, you know, hopefully ingredients that you can just go into any supermarket and pick up. It's not too hard to find.
Yeah. Chefy show-offy. Let's just call it what it is. We've seen a lot of that, haven't we? Show-off
said
chefs
it,
doing their
Charlie.
things with atomizers and barbecues. Well, we've got mixing bowls.
We have literally got mixed.
All power.
Thank you. So, shall we? So, Fleur is going to start telling these amazing women. Fleur is our head chef across the business, and Charlie's going to come over and talk to Fleur now. Great.
Hello.
Fleur, why don't you tell us? I don't know how to do 2 microphones. Maybe I'll just do one. Fleur, why don't you tell us what you're going to be cooking to start with?
Okay, so to start with, we've got. Sorry, I don't know. Why not? It's my time to shine. We're going to start with a classic at Sabzi. It's our spiced lemon oil. It's a really, really simple dressing, and we actually use it on quite a lot of dishes. So it's a mix of spices and literally just oil, agave, salt and pepper, and lemon juice. Very, very simple. And the girls are going to mix 2 salads here. So we're going to put it on a heritage carrot slaw. And then we're also going to use it on our version of a kachumba. So we do a kachumba at Sabzi that's got roasted veg in, roasted chickpeas, some cucumber, onion, just kind of what's seasonal at the time, basically.
And you can do it. I'll take that so you can start. And you can do the kachumba with whatever you like. So the whole point of it is in the summer you'll see it at Sabzi with tomatoes, and we'll use more raw peppers, and we kind of very much alter it according to what's good right now. So we've got gorgeous, I think they're parsnips, aren't they, Fleur, that we've spiced and roasted? So we've got veg that is good for us at the business now. And the carrots are one of those that feels so basic. And whenever I talk about this dish, I always say to everyone, don't be deceived into thinking it's just a lemon oil and some carrots, because when you massage the dressing into the carrots and when you leave it for a few hours, it is amazing how something so humble and what feels quite basic is turned into something really aromatic and flavourful and delicious. So that's what we're all doing.
This is something you could adapt. I'm going to make it hard for myself today.
No, you're not.
Adapt with the seasons, which is a big part, right? So what was the name? Sorry, what was the name you gave it just now?
So this is our spiced lemon oil, but the kachumba.
The kachumba.
Yeah.
And,
so traditionally that
yeah.
would be chopped raw veg.
Mhm.
So a kind of really traditional kachumba is very much the same as an Iranian shirazi, which is cucumber, tomato, and red onion, and potentially some fresh herbs, loads of lemon, a little bit of sweetness, and plenty of salt. So our kachumba will just alter through the year. So in the summer, it will be very true to the original. At the moment, we've got lots of roasted root veg in there. We use a British pea. We always spice and roast some chickpeas, so it can become very hearty. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So everyone's busy. Jade's putting
I know,
potatoes
look
in
at
the
it.
oven.
It's furiously busy, and it's a wonderful team you have. And I know that that's a really big, important part. I mean, I think probably not lying that you probably have a bit of fun while cooking. And I'm going to ask. I'm just going to do an annoying one.
Yeah, do it.
Hello.
What's it like working with Kate? It's hard work, this.
Yeah, absolutely love it. So I'm the manager of the Falmouth branch, and I started working in pubs before and just fancied a bit of a change. And yeah, met Kate, and just the progression, it's just really nice to be able to be here and yeah, do a demo with you guys. It feels like a big privilege, yeah.
Well, we're all very privileged to have you.
Absolutely.
So what's going on over here? I'm going to do a little bit of roaming
Yeah.
around because I'm the man with the microphone.
What am I doing?
What the hell are you doing?
The most basic job, which is just chopping the potatoes, which is probably good because I'm a little bit more front of house, so I don't want you to judge my chopping skills because I am not in the kitchen, basically. But I do love potatoes, so I'm qualified for this.
Yeah.
And how long have you been at Sabzi, Flo?
Me? So I think over a year now.
Yeah.
Which has flown by, obviously. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah.
First demo?
First demo, yes.
Here we are.
So
Kate, talk us through what's going on.
Yeah, so the spiced lemon oil that Fleur's making, this is a recipe that is on our website, but it's a mix of lots of delicious spices. We kind of worked through this dish over the years, and the way all of our food really at Sabzi, the recipes we've developed started by me just making them all and developing it myself, and then we've slowly kind of standardized some stuff and developed it, as a business. So this spiced lemon oil, we have a recipe for. It's on our website. It's very delicious, very aromatic. I'm big on being realistic for you guys, that you don't have to use fresh lemon. It's wonderful too. Don't get me wrong. If you want to, go for it. But
there's a lot of lemon.
Yeah, there's lots of lemon juice, and it's fine. And I'm big on kind of what you've got in your store cupboard. If you read the recipe for this and you don't have one of the spices, please still make it. It will no doubt be delicious. You can just tweak it to your preference.
So what spices do we have?
Right, we've got coriander, so ground coriander. We've got sumac through there. We've got a little bit of chili. We have cumin. We have garam masala. Then we have the lemon juice and the oil, and we sweeten with agave at Sabzi. So if I were at home, I may well use honey, but because we're mindful of the dietary needs of our customers, we use an organic agave nectar as a sweetener. You could also, if you only had it at home, use something else, maple syrup, whatever you've got. And then, here she goes.
Just checking ready.
And then the beauty of it is, so you absolutely could make a vat of this. Because it's so flexible and you can use it in lots of different ways, you could make a big chunk of that and it'll keep in the fridge for ages. And then you can make a kachumba for your friends when they're coming around for a barbecue, and whip up a slaw, but do it next weekend with something else.
Fantastic. I wanted to go back a little bit to these delicious bowls of things over here, because we're rattling through it. So while we're at perfect timing, could you talk me through what's in your bowl?
So in here we've got British peas, there's some spice roasted parsnip and carrot, I think, Fleur. Heritage carrots, and also some roasted chickpeas as well, and roasted peppers as well. But I think, like Kate was saying, quite often in the summer we'll do like cucumber and tomato and stuff, so it's quite a nice, versatile one that can kind of change with the seasons a lot.
For me, it's always very nice to have some way of cheering up or livening up those kind of root vegetables that we get a little bit tired of by the end of the winter, right? If you're doing seasonal food, it's so good to have this really spicy kind of lemon juice thing.
Yeah.
If you in a bottle, why not? It's not.
It's practical.
And that looks a fantastic way of doing that. Okay, so chopped up, roasted up ahead of time. You can just have a big batch of those, I guess.
Totally.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and again, hopefully in a helpful way, what we've done is, so the chickpeas that are in this dish, we've also brought more chickpeas, and we're going to use them in another dish we're going to show you. So again, it's that thing of, if you had a weekend where you've got friends visiting, you could do a big batch of lovely spiced and roasted chickpeas, and you could fridge half of them, and you could whip out some for this dish on the Friday night, and Sunday for the barbecue you do the Caesar that we're going to show you in a minute, maybe.
Just to have interest, how many people here have been to Sabzi? Big fans? Oh, loads, everyone. Good, yeah. It's fantastic, isn't it? It's a really amazing, vibrant, and your food is also very colourful and beautiful. Is that a big part of your kind of process?
Totally. So for me, and I know Fleur and I are the same, we all are, if you've been to Sabzi, a big focus for me is what you walk in and see. And I do believe we eat with our eyes first. And so a big part of what I love about how we can interact with you is that you walk in and we can talk to you about what you're going to eat. And I think that's a really lovely way to build that relationship, so you know what's coming. And our team are all so amazing. They know what they're serving. It's not, because we change our menu 7 days a week, so it's pretty full on. And these guys will tell you it's a lot to learn. Every day a new menu. But I think that's part of the relationship we have with our customers.
And your team's grown?
A lot,
It's grown a lot. I think, we first met just before COVID.
Yeah.
Didn't we?
I opened.
Just opened.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was COVID, which must have been tough.
Yep.
And now we're back to being, everyone out, and you're finding you've got your newish place in Falmouth.
Yeah.
How long's that been open?
Well, Falmouth is nearly 3.
3, well.
I know.
Newish.
I know.
And Padstow.
And Nansledden, yeah.
Wow, there we go. I think we should have a round of applause for that, because it's in this climate, and it shows that Kate's food is incredible.
Thank you.
Okay, and I can't help but notice that I'm a little bit standout here. Obviously,
well,
basically, there's 5 very competent people here, and then there's me. But also, it's a good gang, isn't it? You've got a good,
We have an amazing team, and I think a big part of why I was so delighted to be able to share the stage with these amazing women was, I suppose, lots of you, if you know a little bit about Sabzi, will know I'm very passionate about showing that you can build a career in hospitality in a really fulfilling, positive way. And I think that's historically been challenging sometimes, to feel like you can maybe find a balance in life and also be in a place that's dynamic and ambitious as a brand and as what we're aiming for every day. Jade will tell you about that.
So, am I talking about hospitality as a career? Okay, well, I do think, I don't want to say in this country because I don't want to generalise, but I do think, a lot of the time, wherever I've worked, there'll be a comment like, oh, what's your real job? And I'm like, oh, no, this is totally my real job. And people are like, oh, right, you're off to uni? No, I've done that and I've qualified and I'm all good, but this is actually my real job. And I think I've always earned my best money in hospitality and management, and I think sometimes it's a little bit underestimated as a career, potentially. So when the kind of chance to join Sabzi arose, I was like, I want to be part of a brand that I know will grow and succeed and I can be with for a long time.
Perfect. And I think something I see, working with a lot of chefs all across here, is an amazing scene that Cornwall has. Yeah. And hospitality in Cornwall is huge. I think there's a thing up the front about that, about how many people are involved in it. But it's incredible, and it's a lovely, lovely thing. And it's a good point for me to say thank you to Truro and Penwith College, who are the wonderful people who've been keeping it clean and carrying things and us fetching things. And they're real work with everybody. We've known them. That's how we met. Yeah. And they're just wonderful. I feel like here, perhaps rather than other places, there is a real wonderful access to great chefs, variety, and it's a real target career. So you go to London and there's an awful lot of people working in hospitality who are actors. Actors, aren't they? They get that, or they're or they're poets, or they're or they're writers. I'm just giving a little nod to Colin at the back there. Who knows what I'm talking about?
I knew he was doing that as well. I was like, I'm not going to look at Colin.
But fantastic. So you're building a team. You've got wonderful staff supported by the community. What's next, Kate?
Well, this year has been we basically opened 2 new. Had a crazy year a couple of years ago and opened 2 sites in a year, which was obviously a lot. And we're having a really joyful time now, basically being in our communities. That's our big focus in all of our sites. So we know our locals, we know the people who visit us all the time. We have amazing loyalty. Like we are set up as a business primarily for the people we see every day, but we absolutely love welcoming visitors. So we're doing that right now, and it feels really good. And we're trying to, in the most joyful, positive way, keep up with how busy we are, which is wonderful. I do a recipe every month that we publish through the website, through the newsletter. We continue to develop our own products that we sell through the business, and we now have an online shop. Kind of just consolidating in a really lovely way.
And those products you sell, I have to say, are amazing.
Thank you.
Aren't they? The little jars of deliciousness.
Yeah, we have lots of spice blends.
I noticed you haven't bought me any this time, which is a little bit awkward.
Do you know what? Fleur's got them in a 1 litre you can have, Charlie.
Okay, fine. Yeah, 1 litre. I'll settle for 1 litre.
Okay, good.
That's okay, as long as I get something.
Yeah, don't worry.
As well as this.
I was going to say,
look at this, incredible. I think there's so much that we're definitely going to have to send that out amongst the people to eat it. And if I feel like I'm running through things a bit fast, it's because I know that we want to get out there and give you guys a chance to ask some questions.
Yeah. Very much so.
Of the whole team.
Yeah.
But let's just head back to this food, because we've been chatting, and meanwhile,
I know
it's like a real kitchen, isn't it?
Exactly. Fleur's just smashed it out.
The boss hangs around at the back chatting, and then the real people are doing. They've smashed this out and made these incredibly beautiful dishes. So I'm just going to come back to you and ask you what you've prepared. Again, just from the top, tell us what you've got here.
So we've got the roasted, spice roasted parsnips and carrot, roasted chickpeas, British peas, roast peppers, and then it's got the sweet lemon oil dressing through it. and then it's garnished with some parsley and some cucumber, so it's got a nice bit of crunchy texture as well.
We want a round of applause just for that on its own. I think that's a wonderful dish. And then we're going to move on.
So here we've got our heritage carrot slaw, and that's topped with nigella seeds, loads of fresh dill, and with a nice spiced lemon oil dressing.
Incredible. So same dressing, two very different dishes. Everyone know what a heritage carrot is? Well, that's a chefy term that slipped in there. We were trying to do that. We were trying to be accessible, and they slipped one in. Didn't they? So what is a heritage carrot?
I'm going to be honest with you, Charlie. It's not normally that colourful because we cook in
you're
reality.
not showing off, are you, Kate?
We did pull in some other colours today. But at home, just use orange carrots, guys. They're just as delicious. But, of course, if you've got some gorgeous varieties you're growing in your garden, or you see something fancy in the supermarket, great, or at your local market. But fundamentally, the flavour of that is we're shouting about the joy of a carrot, really.
Wonderful, making the most of it. So
Exactly.
Incredible dishes. We got some stuff in the oven. We got more.
We've got
stuff.
another dressing coming.
Got another dressing.
And we've got another dish to build.
Wow.
Yes.
So let's have a little round of applause for the carrots.
Claire's got that for.
And obviously for Lucy and Bryony. So we'll just lift it up a bit. We have Lucy and Bryony. Wonderful, wonderful. And then we're going to go over here. And
Charlie, do you think we could have that bowl back again?
Yes.
I'm sure we
can
you,
have.
Mark.
We can.
Thank you very much.
We just do that, and then
thank you, Mark.
You do that, and then it just goes. This is a glamour. Sorry, Mark. Everybody, Mark. A massive round of applause for Mark. Mark heads up the team from Truro and Penwith College. At every one of these Cornish food events, Mark and his team turn up and just make it all run. And they do that because the chefs really work closely with the college, and it just leads to that whole really important careers that mean something for young chefs, because getting your first job is really hard sometimes, and that's why we're so lucky about having these great relationships. So thank you to also known as CHC. I can't quite understand what they all are, but they're all the same thing and they're all wonderful. So Fleur, let's go back to you and the next dish.
Yes, so next one, this is my guilty pleasure. So this is our version of a Caesar dressing, classic Caesar dressing, but we make it with yoghurt, Cornish yoghurt, truer than dairy yoghurt, mustard, garlic, lots and lots of garlic, lots and lots of parmesan, and then we're going to mix it into a salad. So we've got roasted chickpeas, cavolo nero, lettuce, pickled onions, and then it's also going to go on top of a roasted potato.
Amazing, amazing.
And we do, so one thing we often do with our Caesar, Charlie, is we vary it with what's good. So we're using some British lettuce and some cavolo from Cornwall, shredded really fine, but we're also doing it with lemon roasted Cornish cabbage. So we quite often will do it as a cabbage dish, but the cabbage is really great. I mean, our cabbage in Cornwall is top tier, so we'll often do that. And then if we want to make it gluten-free, we'll do these spiced chickpeas rather than a crouton, but we'll also often do a crouton. So I suppose it's that like slightly broadening our perception of what a Caesar needs to look like.
Mm-hmm.
And we might do it with a pulse through there. You know, we'll often do a play on it with some butter beans, because we all know it's about the dressing.
Well, I was going to say that's what the joy of all this. So you've got actually something, isn't it? When you're in a restaurant, you have that lovely thing where you just make some lovely things.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine, Kate, you're one of those people who's got like a fridge full of amazing ingredients, and you go, "Oh, I'll just do that now.
Yeah.
I'll just put that and that together
Yeah.
and see what happens."
Yeah.
And that's where the dressings are important, aren't they? So I think that was your focus today. We're on these wonderful dressings, being versatile, having that in your fridge, getting it on.
Yeah.
So everything's just sliced up nice and thin, I guess. It's not very Iranian, I guess.
The Caesar is an ode to Fleur.
Ode to Fleur.
Because Fleur, I mean, listen, who doesn't love a good Caesar? But it is, I believe, Fleur, certainly one of your favourites. So it felt, and also we use it to celebrate cabbage, and I'm a big fan of cabbage, and so I thought that was a nice one to do. Yeah.
So what did you say you've done to the cabbage? Is it going in shredded and raw? Have you prepared it in some way?
So there's some cavolo raw. We've got this, Charlie, that is lemon and garlic roasted.
Just hold on. There we go.
And the guys in the kitchen, when they're doing masses and masses of cabbage, they will just take the outer leaves off, wash it, and halve them. And then, if you did have a group of mates coming around and you don't want to necessarily shred like this to roast, because it's really hard for it not to catch. So you'll roast in halves, just dress them really nicely as they go into the oven, and then when they're lovely and buttery and soft and gorgeous, shred them down then, which is what we've got that Bryony has here. And then Fleur's obviously doing it super fine, because that will then get some lemon and soften up a bit.
Fleur's doing the clever knife work.
Yeah, she is. Jade's
Jade,
doing
we're watching
very well.
Jade closely. We're watching Jade closely. I've got my first aid kit in case. Jade, well, you know, you did say.
Yeah, my husband does a lot of the cooking and I eat sabzi in the day, so.
Your husband wants
My husband does a lot of the cooking and then I just eat sabzi in the day, so I'm surrounded myself with, you know, people that, yeah, exactly.
Great.
You guys have got herbs there. Yes. Good. Oh, it's looking good.
Here as well, that we basically live on at sabzi.
Yeah, we're going to push that slightly forward so I think everyone can see that.
Oh.
Just so we can see exactly what you're doing. I can't see where I'm at, but there we go. Yep.
So that is comfy garlic. And we basically, any recipe at sabzi that has garlic in, we use comfy garlic. So we make vats of it for, you know, the week. Obviously, comfy garlic, it lasts for a long time.
Very quickly, just talk us through how you would make a big batch of confit garlic, in case anyone doesn't know.
Traditionally, you would put it in a pan and kind of slowly cook it for a long time on a very, very, very low heat. So cover it with oil. I would cut the bulbs in half, and then after a couple of hours, let it cool, and then basically you've got preserved soft confit garlic that you can put into any dressing, or you can use the oil in a dressing or cooking or anything. We actually roast it, but it is confit garlic as well, if that makes sense. But yeah, so we use that in everything rather than raw garlic. We just think it's nicer.
So sweet.
It's so delicious, isn't it? And I think it's one of those things, like the dressings, it's another thing you can just have lots of in your fridge.
Exactly.
And if you're going to roast a garlic, roast 10 garlics.
Exactly. And I also always say to people, if you don't want to put the oven on, like if you don't need your oven but you really want some lovely garlic in your fridge, you can just do it in a saucepan on a very, very low heat with some, you know, tasty oil in, and just have that while you're doing other things, and then pop it in a jam jar. And you've got the garlic for your salad dressings. You can use the oil, like Fleur says. It's so useful to have.
And actually, if you put it in a jar, it's covered in oil, it'll last.
Totally.
For
indefinite,
ever.
I would say.
I mean, it won't, if it's in the fridge.
Exactly. That's, yeah. And you can, like Fleur has there in that tub, you don't have to even peel it all when you're, yeah.
And you just squish it out, which is very nice, isn't
very
it?
satisfying.
Like squishing it
It's
out.
very
It's
satisfying.
quite a tactile thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we've got some yoghurt, some lovely rapeseed oil, some roasted garlic, confit garlic, roasted garlic, and some whole grain mustard.
Good mustard.
Good mustard, very important.
Yeah. And we, quite often when people are new to sabzi and they come in and they might see dishes that are dressed and they'll say, I don't want anything with mayonnaise. And I say, we don't use mayonnaise, don't worry. We will use yoghurt as a base of something delicious and creamy, but we don't cook with mayo.
Why is that?
Well, I would say it comes from, I mean, I love homemade mayonnaise, but we are really big on everything you'll eat with us we've made. Mm-hmm. So we make all our dressings. They're all made by us from scratch. And the ingredients, we're using our whole ingredients, whole spices. And I suppose, if I'm honest, that's why. Because I know that yogurt is just one thing.
Fantastic.
It's hard to find, isn't it, a mayo that's not, a bit processed.
Processed, a bit gross. Lovely. So a bit of lemon juice in there. So we're not. So as opposed to the classic, which would be anchovies and stuff, we're going to omit those.
We've let, and of course, and actually, Fleur's used some very bougie olive oil, I think, Charlie, not rapeseed oil. So that.
Oh, sorry.
No, only because it's such a fantastic brand. And
sorry, we should do that.
Really delicious olive oil, but. Of course, you can use rapeseed oil if that's what you've got at home. I'm also a big fan of the health benefits of that. And you can just, add bits that you love. So if you're not veggie, by all means.
And are all these products available at your
As it happens, Charlie.
Well, fancy that.
Funny,
so have you come in?
I mean, let's just mention, and the mustard.
And the mustard, well, if you have no. If you need to buy, and that it does get you so far, doesn't it, with food?
Well,
and I
stuff like that mustard, when you've got a good mustard, it's just so delicious. Yeah, for sure.
And so you're still looking all the time for those really good ingredients to stock in your shop and also sell, which I think is really lovely. I think when I first came, I was just I was left with so many jars.
Yeah.
I was like, I've got to take these harissa. I've got to take these.
Exactly.
The harissa. I was like, when I ran out, I was
Proper
so
harissa,
gutted.
Yeah.
I was like, oh God, I'm gonna have to go. And then now you can get it online.
No, well, on our online shop, Charlie, we just sell our products. So since, I don't know when we last saw each other, but we obviously have our spice blends. We've recently got a new one, but we also have our own biscotti now that our amazing team create. We have our own granola. We have Jade. Spice seed topper. Thank you, Spice nuts. So we've got lots of things, and those are the things, and our own coffee that are all available through our online
Incredible.
shop.
So look, we're going to dress this.
Here we go.
While you're dressing that and plating it up, I'm going to disappear down the front,
Jade
and I'm
will
going to
check your
start. So
potatoes.
everyone can start thinking about any questions they'd like to ask. It'd be very nice. You get an opportunity. I'm going to give a microphone to Jade. Could you just? You don't have to speak into it all the time.
So have I got to shimmy into the audience?
You can just... No, I'll do the audience.
Oh, right,
Unless you
cool.
want to do the audience.
No, I'm happy.
You're
I'm
good?
happy
You're
here,
good.
yeah.
You do that, and then, but just, you can, you know...
I'll be the...
you
Yeah,
can do
absolutely.
that.
I've got it.
You do that
Potato,
bit.
chopper, and microphone.
If you can't tell,
Handler.
we're making this up as we go along, so, you know, just bear with us.
Handler, I like it.
So who has a question they'd like to ask any of the team? Come on, don't be shy. Help us out.
Go on, guys.
Come on, someone's got a question.
Yes.
What's your name? Hello, Louise.
I noticed for the dressing, Caesar salad dressing, normally you put anchovies in. Although, did you put an equivalent of anchovies in?
No, we don't in our Caesar. So it's a veggie Caesar for us. Would be delicious with, of course, if you like it. But we've basically worked on, because our food is veg, and I always say to people, we're not a vegetarian place. It just so happens we cook with veg. So no, it doesn't have, but I think it has enough weight from like the mustard and the garlic and a really good parmesan. So, and it's a veggie parmesan. You get the kind of bits we love of a Caesar, but no, it doesn't have.
But we don't cook with meat, do we?
No, we don't cook with meat. Absolutely.
You can add it though.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is no meat, is there, at Samsey still?
So no, our menu is always veg.
Yeah.
We have really incredible preserved. You can buy a can of beautiful fish to add. You can add a wild venison salami portion to it, but what we create is celebrating vegetables.
I'm doing it so well. Who else has got a question? Technical? A scratch of a head or a question? There's a scratch. You nearly got... And I'm going to come over there. You're going to have to think. Oh, good. Here we go. Kilroy Silk. Come over. Here we go. Hi. Hello, what's your name? Hi, Catherine.
Yeah. Hiya. The roasted chickpeas, what do you put on them to roast them?
Do you want to go to let Fleur?
Of course, sorry. Fleur, what do you actually roast the chickpeas in? What do you put on them, basically?
Okay, for the Caesar, it actually sounds like it shouldn't work, but we roast it in obviously a little bit of oil, salt and pepper, lemon juice, but cumin seeds, and a little bit of ground cumin, and it is chef's kiss. Chef's kiss.
And how long do you do them for? Because whenever I do them, they're like bloody bullets.
I don't know who's talking?
Yeah.
Oh, hello, sorry. They're like bullets. Oh, how long did you roast them for?
Probably too long.
Oh, yeah, potentially, yeah. I would say the answer as well is to make sure that you've, I hate to use this word, but lubricated them correctly. No,
I mean, I think if you
enough.
just said
Well
lubricated
enough.
without drawing attention to the fact that you were going to say lubricated, I think we would have all been
a better
fine.
word, I couldn't think
But
of
now
it.
you've made a thing of it.
I'm
now,
sorry. Moist enough? I think that's worse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can go with moist. You can't go moist straight after lubricated. It's not
Also-
9 o'clock yet, for
also-
goodness sake.
Also, do them maybe lower. They don't need a hot oven. And make sure they are, Fleur's, of course, completely right, that it is quite a loose mixture and then quite a gentle roast. And you want to turn them over fairly regularly so that they stay juicy. And if you get that bit right, they should be lovely and squidgy.
Can I ask a question?
Go on, Charlie.
Me. Dried chickpeas or tinned chickpeas?
I'm a big lover of a jarred chickpea if you can.
Jar.
In real life, that is. Like, if you can get a jar of chickpeas, they're spectacularly good now. If you've got time, obviously, please go ahead and cook them and you'll get the gorgeous stock, and that's really wonderful. In real life, I think premium would be a jar, but tinned is fine. And save the chickpea water when you drain your can or your jar, because that's also really, really useful to cook with as well.
Yeah, it's a good thing to spend a bit of money on, I think, isn't
I
it?
really am a big fan of a pulse from a jar, yeah. I think it's worth
yeah.
it.
Yeah. Anyone else? Good. Go. Little dressage moment.
Thank you. Fleur,
when you confit the garlic in the oven, do you just confit it? Do you roast it dry and then put it in the oil after, or?
No, so I would cut the tops off.
Yep.
You can see here. I don't know if you can see that, or I can pick it up and show you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. And then so we put it in a roasting tray, fairly deep one. Cover it with oil. Make sure it's covered, and then wrap tin foil tightly over, and then quite a low temperature for about 45 minutes.
It's very low, isn't it? Are we talking like 120, 140, like very low?
I mean, you can get away with a little bit higher. I mean, it depends how... I mean, lower would be better, but if you want to do it quicker, you can probably get away with like 150.
Yeah.
It's a great thing to do at the start of your cooking. You know, you go in, turn the oven on, chuck your garlic and thing, and just, you know, and then by the time you've decided what you're going to cook, you've got that thing. So it's great. Other questions? Anyone else? What about a question from someone at the back? Come on.
Come on, guys.
I'm putting on pressure. There we go. He's done me a favour. We'll see if I'm testing out the sound guy. That's why I wanted to get back here. See how far we can go. See if I can get on the key.
Possibly a bit off topic, but the only thing I'm managing to grow in my garden is rhubarb. So have you got a favourite rhubarb dish? Or
we do make a rhubarb chutney, a fresh chutney with rhubarb. We do at this, well, we've done in the last month quite a bit. And we've discovered through buying the rhubarb when it was good, that a really delicious, like spiced, fresh rhubarb chutney is absolutely delicious with a roast potato. Who knew? Really, really good. You want to get some spice into it and make sure it's not too sweet, obviously. So kind of go for that like savoury kind of plum chutney vibe. And then on a roast potato, we use a really nice sharp feta as well. It's really surprising and very, very delicious.
Are you going to try that?
Definitely.
Yes.
Rhubarb's great with spice. Rhubarb's a brilliant thing. I'd say we're doing a comedy roast too. If you haven't got any tickets left, there are a few left at the info point. And for pudding, we're doing a rhubarb crumble, but it's going to be spiced with cardamom and coriander seeds and fresh grated ginger. And it stands up well to spice. You can even make a really nice rhubarb curry, weirdly, because it's got a similar flavour profile to tamarind, which is used in a lot of food. But there you go. Did my chefy bit there for a minute. It's like I've done this before. Anyone else? Final questions? Should we just eat some? The question I've got a question. Should we just try some of this food?
Yes,
we weren't going to do lots of tastings. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a table out the front here, and then we're going to do that very quickly, because if you stick around, you lucky people who've decided to come here, because we've got a little bit of a secret special thing happening after this. If you don't mind me interrupting.
No, I don't mind.
We've got a bit of a fish raffle to go on. Who likes fish? Who likes really amazing fresh fish? Who likes amazing free fresh fish? Well, that's going to happen now. If you look over there, there's a trolley full of dripping fish, and I'm not quite sure how it's going to work, but they're going to pass out. It's going to like a bingo-y thing, vibe. You got it? We're here. There they are, mate. For generous donations to the Fisherman's Mission, there will be a fish raffle going on in a moment. But we're going to finish up here. So what I'm going to do is going to get a table out the front here so you can try something. Actually, I'm going to put it sort of over here so you can come over and get some forks and things ready, which I'm going to ask Mark to action once he's finished taking his Instagram shots. Thanks, Mark. Could you organise some forks for us, please, my dear? And I'll put a table at the front. Any final questions? Kate, would you have anything to add before we go into the tasting phase?
Really appreciate you all coming. We have quite a few of these recipes on our website already. And if you fancy signing up to my newsletter, I do send out new recipes every month. And it would be our pleasure to welcome you. If you haven't been to us before, we're in Truro, we're in Falmouth, we're in Nansledden, just outside Newquay, and we're in Padstow. So it would be a delight to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a very large round of applause for all of the wonderful people behind Sabzi. We'll pop some food up here. Please don't go anywhere. Stay around. We'll give you some... We'll, in return for a donation, you'll get some lovely things. Stick with us. Stay around. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Go for it, although those aren't going out to be tasted.
Sorry, everyone. I showed myself up to be ill-prepared. It's not a raffle. It's an auction. So we're going to have an auction for some amazing fish. And I'm going to hand you over to Gus from the Fisherman's Mission, which is a charity very close to all of our hearts. So, Gus, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Hopefully you've had a great day. We're here. We've been over on the Mission stand. If you haven't been over there, we're here for the weekend, just the other side of the bridge. So come and have a look. Fisherman's Mission are a fantastic organisation. I don't work for them. I'm a local fisherman. I fish from the beautiful village of Mousehole, which is 11 miles to the west. Some of the fish we've got here, the crab we've got here, I've actually caught it yesterday. We boiled that one, so we'll auction that off. So what we're trying to do is raise some much-needed funds for the Fisherman's Mission. That's Brian the crab. He was caught yesterday. That's a Cornish king crab, as has been rebranded. People know its real name. Spider crab, absolutely. That's a male spider crab. So we've got a range of fish here. We've got some fish kindly donated by two local processors, Foulfish, who are based in Redruth, and Interfish, who are based in Plymouth. Both have vessels that operate in and around the Cornish coast, as well as all around the peninsula of the southwest. So we've got some fantastic monkfish. We've got a Mediterranean octopus. If you've never seen one, we'll get that out. So what we're trying to do, as I say, is raise some funds for the Fisherman's Mission. We'll have a bit of fun. We'll have a bit of a charity auction. We've got Julian here from the Mission. Julian works full-time as a fundraiser for the Mission. Fishing is the most dangerous peacetime occupation. And I say to a lot of people that actually the amount of fatalities and accidents we have at sea, if it was shore-based, then health and safety would have shut us down a long time ago. There's about 7,500 fishermen doing a great job around the coast of the UK, and this is some of the wonderful produce they bring in. We have a red herring in amongst the fish I was given or donated by Foulfish and Interfish, and we'll come to that in a bit, but the majority of the fish, all apart from one, will have been caught or be able to have been caught within a mile of the shore. So we'll have a start out. We'll have a bit of a fish ID as we go along. We've probably got about 30 lots, Julian? So we'll have a little bit of a start. So we'll start out with something that really nice. You'll see this in a lot of restaurants in the southwest. Does anybody know what that is? Monkfish is correct. The real name for a monkfish is an anglerfish. It's got a little rod at the front, and what it does is it buries itself in the sand. It's designed to catch flatfish. It's got a very wide, flat mouth. So it hides itself in the sand. It sticks its little rod up in front of its mouth, sticking out the sand with a little lure on the end of it. Flatfish comes along, tries to eat the lure. Out the sand it comes. Beautiful. So you are what you eat. So this thing eats a lot of flatfish. So it's doing very well to start off with. So this one here probably, it's quite a small specimen for a monkfish. What you do if you want to process it when you take it home, literally run a knife. You'll find the back of, it's cartilaginous, so there's no bones in it. It's purely cartilage like we've got in our knee. What you do to process it before you cook it is you simply find the end where its head finishes, which is the hard part, run a knife across the back. The skin will come off, and then you can run a knife either side of the tail, and you've got two beautiful fillets there. Lovely baked, bit of pancetta bacon. Wrap it in that, absolutely fabulous. So we're going to start with this one. I would say there's probably enough for two good portions there, so enough for two people, one side of the tail each. That would be a really good portion, to be honest. So is anybody going to start me? I'm going to start that at a £5. We've got bags here to take home. We can take cards as well. Cash is great, as always. Anybody give me a £5 for the monkfish? I've got a £5 in the middle. Anybody give me 6? Looking for 6? It's an absolute gift. To a fisherman, I would say if I landed that, I'd be expecting probably 10 to 15 quid. So a £5 is a bargain. Anybody give me 6? Looking for 6? Is that a hand up there? I've got 5 in the middle. I'm going to sell it for a £5 if nobody give me... I've got 6. Anybody give me 7? I'm looking for 7. Anybody give me 7? I've got 6 on the front. I'm going to sell it for 6. It's an absolute... That's half the price a fisherman would get. As a fisherman, I'm pretty devastated. But I'm going to sell it for £6. Thank you very much. Right. I've got a couple of beautiful. Do we know what these are? They're a flatfish. No, close. They're a lemon sole. Okay. Fantastic fish. They don't taste of lemon, but they look like the shape of a lemon. That's why they're called lemon sole. I would say to a fisherman, they're probably £6-7 a kilo. I would say we're just shy of a kilo there. So anybody going to start me? I'm going to sell 2 of them at the same time. Anybody start me at £5? This is an absolute bargain. You can cook them whole. All you have to do is score the top of the skin. You can trim around if you want to with a pair of scissors to take the fins off, and then just bake them in the oven. And then turn them over, squeeze a lemon on the top, because it does work very well with lemon. Absolutely beautiful. So 1 each. I'm going to start 2 for a £5. In the middle, I've got £5. Thank you very much indeed. Anybody give me 6? Looking for 6. Come on, people. 6 on the front. Anybody give me 7? Looking for 7 for 2 fantastic lemon sole. I've got 6 on the front. It's bargain of the century here. I'm going to sell them for £6. Thank you very much indeed. We'll pop them in a bag. Right. What I've got here now, anybody know what this is? Member of the cod family called a whiting. Beautiful white flesh. When I was at sea, we used to have these for breakfast. Granary loaf, bit of butter, bit of vinegar, bit of salt. Absolutely fabulous. Shallow fry it. It's fantastic. 2 of those. I'm going to start those at £3. Anybody give me £3 for 2 in the middle? Thank you very much indeed. Anybody give me £4? Looking for £4? That's less than £2 a fish. I've got £3 in the middle. Anybody give me 4? I've got 4 over there. Anybody going to give me 5? Come on, people. You know you want to take some fresh Cornish fish home. This is fantastic fresh Cornish fish. I've got £4 over there. Anybody give me a £5? I'm going to sell them for £4. £2 of fish. I'm giving it away. Gentleman over there, thank you very much indeed, sir. Right, let's up our game a little bit. Has anybody ever eaten octopus? That's a fabulous European octopus. Now, you've heard about global warming. What we're seeing around the coast of the southwest in particular is an increase in the temperature of the seawater. Octopus, 5 years ago, that's a European octopus, Mediterranean octopus. We wouldn't have seen many, maybe a couple per year. This year, from the coast of Devon and Dorset, they're landing approximately 100 tons every week. 100 tons of this octopus every week. Absolutely fabulous. If you've never dealt with it at home, best thing to do with an octopus, years gone by, you would beat it to death on the rocks just to soften it up. What you do now is you put it in the freezer and freeze it. And then take it out, defrost it. And then the way I would eat it would be, would slow boil it. And like the Galicians, they have a dish called Polpo de Galicia, which is octopus of Galicia. And the way they serve it is nice, good quality olive oil, salt, good quality salt, and paprika. And my sister says if she likes something, she says, have your leg off, because she'd give away a leg to eat that, and that would be the dish for me. That is a really fabulous thing. I would say that probably weighs, in total, that's got to be 4 or 5 kilos. If it was me, I would disregard the head. It takes a bit of processing and just use the tentacles. And as I say, freeze them first, and then put them in boiling water and slow boil it, and then serve it with a bit of olive oil and a bit of paprika. Fantastic. So I'm going to sell that. I'm going to start that one. I'm going to start that at £5 again. Anybody going to give me a £5 for this fabulous octopus? To a fisherman, that's £7 a kilo. That probably weighs 5 kilos. So that's 35 quid to a southwest fisherman. I'm starting at a £5. It's an absolute giveaway. Anybody going to give me a £5 for the octopus? Oh, we have got reserve of 20. I forgot about that. I've reserved at 20. So anybody give me 22? Looking for 22 for the octopus? This will go to Dan the fish man. He's put a £20 reserve on it. He knows how good it is. And it's really not difficult. With all these fish, you can actually Google them, and there will be a chef online to show you how to prepare them. So don't be afraid, and it's a great chance to try something new when it comes to fish, because we're literally giving this stuff away. So is anybody going to go £22 for this fabulous octopus? I'm looking out there. If not, Dan, the lobster man, is going to get it. Sold to Dan for 20 quid. We'll leave it in that box. Right. I caught this. So this is premium. This is a Cornish king crab or spider crab. This time of year, all year round, we have females that are resident on the seashore around the southwest. At this time of year, from April through to the end of June, the males come in for a big orgy. You know, they come in to breed with the females. Once they've bred, they'll walk offshore again, and we won't see them again until next start of April. Caught this one yesterday. This one has been pre-boiled, so you don't have to do anything with it. All you need to do is get a bottle of nice, crisp white wine, break it up, get the end of a teaspoon, and pick it out. And it'll be absolutely fabulous. So this probably weighs 2.2, 2.3 kilos. I'm going to start this as a tenner because I caught it. Put a lot of effort into catching that. It's ready to eat now. You don't have to do anything with it. Just take it home. Rolling pin is good to break into the claws. And white wine is a must as far as I'm concerned if I'm dealing with a spider crab. Anybody going to give me a tenner? Got a tenner over there. I'm looking for 12. 12. Anybody give me 14? Got 12 in the middle. Anybody going to give me 14? 12 is an excellent price. As I caught it myself, that's a good Mousehole crab, that. That's not your Porthleven stuff. That's come straight from Mousehole. You know, top of the shop over there, looking for, what have I got? 16? 16. Anybody give me 18? Got 18 in the middle. Anybody give me 20? Looking for around 20. 22? 21. Oh, fantastic. Got 21 on the street. 22. Looking for 24. Anybody give me 24? Looking for 24. I'm going to sell 22 in the middle. You'll really enjoy that. So that is absolutely fantastic. Right. One of the things we catch around Cornwall in very large numbers. Anybody know what that is? That's a sardine. It's a Cornish sardine. It's MSC certified. It's PGI certified, which means it's like the Melton Mowbray pork pie. It is the Cornish sardine. We're out of season at the moment, but the thing about sardines is they freeze very well because of the oil content, and this has been individually quick frozen. So this was caught in August last year. It's been individually quick frozen at minus 40. Very, very good quality. So it's ready to eat. Fantastic for the barbecue. The good thing about fish that is caught early on in the season, which starts in July and goes through to February the following year, is at the start of the season, the oil content is really high. So that's a nice, plump sardine. I've got a box of sardines here. What I'm going to do with that is, if you want five sardines, I'm going to sell them for, what should we say, Julian? 5 sardines for £1. You can't say fairer than that, to be honest. That is dead cheap. So if you want to try a fish that you've never tried before, or you just want to take some quality fish that is extremely cheap home, 5 for £1, or any donation you want to put into the Fisherman's Mission box. So we've got a box full of them. So if at the end you want to take 5 of those home, make a donation to the mission, minimum is £1, you can take some fabulous sardines home. Right. Does anybody like skate? Well, if you have skate in a restaurant, you're not having skate in a restaurant because all skate in the UK is protected species. What you're eating is a type of ray. So this one has been skinned. This is ready to eat. And now if I was going to cook that, I would do butter and capers. Absolutely fabulous. So that's ready to cook in a pan. The traditional way, my mother used to cook it for my old man in milk. Never tried it in milk. He used to love it. So there are opportunities there. And again, you can also fry this. It's been skinned, so it's ready to go. Like our monkfish, it's cartilaginous, so you don't have to worry about bones. It's only cartilage. And if you eat the flesh yourself, you can feed the cartilage to your dog or your cat, and they absolutely love it. So I've got 2 here. So 1 each. I'm going to start them at a £5 as well. I think they're well worth it. They're ready to go. Anybody give me £5 for 2 ray wings? On the front, thank you, madam. Anybody give me 6? Looking for 6. 2 ray wings. I've got £5 at the front. I'm going to sell them. Going, and sold. Brilliant. They are absolutely beautiful ray wings. Right, moving on. This is our red herring. Anybody know what that is? This is not from around here. This is from the Far East. It doesn't even live in salt water. I was given it in the UK. we have a strange way of eating our seafood. We actually export what we catch and we import what we eat. So 80% of the fish caught around the southwest coast will be exported. We do eat some of it, but the main fish that we eat in the UK as consumers is imported from other countries. So does people know what the top 5 is? What would be the number 1 fish that we eat in the UK? Cod, yeah. Salmon is number 1. Cod, tuna, yes. The other 2 things that we eat are cold water prawns and warm water prawns. So salmon generally comes from, we do, obviously there are big salmon farms in Scotland. A lot of that is exported because it is really high quality. We import a lot of salmon from America. Number 2 is cod. Most of that comes from Norway, Iceland and the Faroes. Haddock, same place. And then you've got cold water prawns that are coming from Norway and warm water prawns that are coming from the Far East. So the stuff that we have here, our plaice, our sardines, our monkfish, goes to mainland Europe. France, Spain, Portugal, they really appreciate good quality fish. And I'm sure if I was doing this auction there, the prices will be about 8 times more than we're generating today. So there are some bargains to be had here today. This is sort of bargain central. But this guy, this is not from around here. This is a tilapia. It's it lives in sort of brackish water, so sort of river entrances and up the rivers, under the mangrove swamps. Very, very popular with the Asian market. For me, it's not a fish that I've ever auctioned before because I specialise, obviously, in southwest fish, being a southwest fisherman. So this one, very much liked, it takes spice very well. Because it lives in sort of muddy, brackish waters, it hasn't got a lot of flavour itself. But if you like to add spices to it, you know, curry spices, cumin, anything along those lines, takes spices very well. If you've never tried one, your chance is now. So you can cook that whole. You cook that in the oven with layer spices in. What I do is I score the skin, put it in the oven or under the grill, cook it. You don't need to cook fish for very long. You just need to make sure that it's up to temperature. Most fish you can eat raw, so you're not going to worry yourself about food poisoning. But what you want is for the flesh to turn from an opaque white to a very white in colour, and that works with most fish, and it certainly works with tilapia. So I'm going to start for this one. I'm only going to ask £2. If you've never tried it, well worth trying. I would always recommend you eat southwest fish, but we're going to auction this one. We're trying to raise some funds for the mission. I'm going to start at £2. Anybody give me £2 for the tilapia? Got to be worth £2 if you've never tried it. Take it home. It's probably enough for 4 people there, to be honest. £2 for 4 people for a dinner is not bad going. Come on, somebody offer me £2. No, £2 in a minute. It's well worth trying. Certainly. Add a few spices to it, be absolutely fabulous. So I'm going to ask, looking for 3? Anybody going to give me 3? I've got 3 on the front. Anybody going to give me 4? It's a gift. If you bought that probably in a supermarket, you'd probably be talking about £15. So I've got 3 on the front. Anybody give me 4? Looking for 4? I'm going to sell it for £3. That's another bargain. I am the man with the bargains. Right, we've got a few more lots. I'm going to auction up one of my favourites, to be honest. Do we know what this is? This is a Cornish hake. It's a fabulous fish and an amazing alternative to cod and haddock. If you've never tried it, it's one of the easier fish to fillet. And if you can go online and you can Google filleting hake, and you'll see people actually fillet it with their thumbs. Because unlike a lot of fish, it's got a triangular bone in the middle, and you can run your fingers or thumbs down the side of the bone, and the flesh will just fall away. So it's a fantastically easy thing. If you're going to start your filleting journey, hake is one of the easiest things you can to fillet. Beautiful white flesh. I would say it's more flavoursome than cod. Similar to a haddock, I would say. Beautiful white flesh. Really, really nice fish. These to a fisherman go between £7 to £10 a kilo. This one, I would say, is probably 1.5 kilos to 2 kilos, so 15 to 20 quid. Again, I'm going to start this one at a £5. If you've never had hake, this is the one. £5 in the middle. Looking for 7. 7 on the outside. Looking for 9. This is a really lovely fish. If you've never tried it, £9. Got 7. Anybody give me 9? Got 9 on the corner. Thank you very much indeed. Looking for, let's go 10. Anybody give me a 10? A round tenner? 10. Anybody give me 12? Let's go up. 12. I've got 10 in the middle. Fantastic hake. It's cheaper than a fisherman could land it for. £12. I've got 10 in the middle. I'm going to sell it for a tenner. Again, absolutely beautiful. You'll really enjoy that. That would be the one that I would have bid it on. And if my missus was here, you probably wouldn't get any of this because she'd have had it all bought. Right. Do we know what this one is? Orange spots. It's a place. Very well done. I've got a brace of place. Two beautiful place. Again, if I was going to cook that, I would cook that on the bone. Fantastically cooked on the bone. Get a pair of decent kitchen scissors. Trim around the fins on the outside. Score the top. Herbs, lemon juice, lime juice, anything you like. Put it under the grill. Crisp the skin up. You can eat the skin. It's absolutely fabulous. So I've got 2 of those. Again, with all this, I recommend white wine. There is a couple of fish that take red wine very well, but white wine is my go-to. So I'm going to start these 2 pounds of fish at £4. 2 lovely plates for £4. Anybody give me £4 for these plates? £2 each. Absolute bargain. I'm looking around, looking for £4. Nobody? We've got £4 in the middle. Thank you very much, madam. Anybody give me a fiver? I've got £4 in the middle. You don't seem too keen on your fish today. Well, indeed, if you've got to drive 7 hours, we can keep them in a polystyrene box for you and put plenty of ice on there. If you've got aircon in your car, it's not going to get too warm. But I'm going to sell them for £4 to the lady in the middle. Thank you very much. We've got a few more bits left. Right, you don't come to Cornwall without eating one of these. Beautiful mackerel. That's a nice sized mackerel. I've got 2 of those. And I've also got, do we know what that is? That's a herring, absolutely. So I've got 2 of them. So I'm going to sell those £1 each. 2 herring and 2 mackerel, £4. Anybody give me £4? Got £4 on the front. Anybody give me a fiver? Fiver for 4 fish. Anybody give me 6? I've got 5 over on the left. Anybody give me 6? Looking for 6 for 4. 6 on the front, thank you, madam. Anybody give me 7? Looking for 7 for 4 fish. Less than £2 each. What an absolute bargain. I've got £6 on the front. Sold. Thank you very much indeed. And what I'm going to do there is I'm going to put you some sardines in, so you've got a trio of oily fish. I'll put you a couple of sardines in there as well. For £6, absolutely fabulous. Right, we're coming to the end now. I've got... What have I got? I'm going down the red route. Does anybody know what that is? It's a red gurnard. These have lost a bit of colour, but what's that? That's a red mullet. So what I've got, red mullet are absolutely beautiful. Red mullet live on the seabed and they forage for small crabs, so they are what they eat. One of the best tasting fish you can have. If you've never tried one, absolutely beautiful. So I'm going to do 3 fish, 2 red mullet, and a gurnard for £3. I'm going to start at £3. Anybody give me £3 for 3 fish? Thank you. Anybody give me 4? Looking for 4 for 3 fish? Absolute bargain. Anybody give me £4? Pound of fish. I'm going to sell these for £3. Oh, I got 4. Anybody give me a fiver? Fiver for 3 fish. 2 beautiful red mullet and a red gurnard. I've got £4 over there. The gentleman hasn't bought any fish yet. Sold, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Right, this is going to be my last lot. But if you do want to take home any fish at all, got some sardines. We're doing 5 for £1. Come up afterwards. We'll bag them up for you. Put a bit of ice in there. They will make it back to... Where are we going back to? Cheshire on Sunday. Maybe not, but what you want to do with these, beautiful whole, disposable barbecue. Get yourself a disposable barbecue. Throw your 5 sardines on there. What do we do when we cook fish on the barbecue? White wine. Go and get crisp white wine, New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc, or get some Camel Valley from Cornwall. Beautiful sparkling wine. Put them on the barbecue. Eat them off the bone. My sister, you know what she says? Have your leg off. Absolutely fabulous. Can't beat it. That is the best way to cook sardines. But our last lot that we've got here, we've got another Look at that. He's already eating my my sardine. It's another beautiful monkfish. That's slightly bigger than the one we had before. I would say that's probably enough to feed 4. To prepare it, simply run a knife across the tail, pull the skin off, knife down either side of the cartilage. Beautiful. Wrap it in pancetta bacon, bake it in the oven, or chop it up, and it takes flavour very well. Makes beautiful fish stew. Also, my favourite way of doing it is green Thai curry. Monk curry is absolutely fabulous. So this is a fantastic fish. To a fisherman, I would say, if I was landing that, I'd be expecting for 20 to 25 quid. So I'm going to start that one at a tenner. That is a fabulous fish. If you've never had monkfish, you don't need to worry about the bones because it's cartilaginous. So you've got no small bones to worry about. Beautiful fish. So I'm going to start that one. Anybody give me a tenner? I've got reserve for 12. Anybody give me 13? Looking for £13. I've got reserve for 12. I'm going to sell it for 12. Sold. Thank you, Julian. Well, thank you all. We've got our sardines here. Thank you for those that have put a bid in. It's all going to charity. It's all going to the Fisherman's Mission. So not only have you taken some fantastic fish home, you've done your bit for the Fisherman's Mission, which is a really brilliant cause, and we thank you very much. But if you want some sardines, come up the front, and we can do that for you. 5 for £1. Oh, lastly, I have something for you. We were also donated this. This is a tinned fish gift box. So what we've got in there, from Interfish this is, they're based up in Plymouth, but they own and operate a boat from Newlyn. So you've got 3 tins of Cornish sardines. They're actually caught by a chap called Tom Pascoe, and his name's on the side of it. He's a member of our Sardine Association. Mackerel is sardines are absolutely fabulous. So we've got 3 tins of Cornish sardines, and we've also got 3 tins of Scottish mackerel. They also, although based in Plymouth, own a boat that fishes out of Peterhead up in Scotland that fishes for mackerel. So we've got 3 tins of mackerel there. Yeah, they're good till Monday. In fact, they are good till, I don't know, they're probably good in the cupboard for a couple of years at least. So we've got 6 tins, 3 tins of sardines, 3 tins of beautiful Scottish mackerel in a presentation box. Anybody give me a tenner for that? Got to be worth a tenner. Tenner. Ah, fantastic. And you get to take some fish home as well. Anybody give me 12? That's £1.50, £1.70 a tin. You know, it's beautiful, beautiful fish. I've got a tenner. Anybody give me 12? I've got 12. Anybody give me 14? 14, 16, 18. We're moving now. We've come to the last lot. I've got 16 over there. 18. Anybody give me? I've got 18 over there. Anybody give me around 20? I've got 18 over there. I'm going to sell it for 18 to let these people take some Cornish fish home as well as some Scottish fish, but you can't have everything. Sold for £18. Thank you very much, sir. You'll enjoy that. Lovely. Well, hopefully you've enjoyed the auction. Enjoy your time in Porthleven. You're in the best part of the country as far as I'm concerned. West Cornwall takes a lot of beating, and we've got the sun out for you, so hang around, enjoy some of the food stands, and thank you very much again for joining us for the auction. Thank you. There's one. No. How much do you want? 2 bags. You're having a barbecue. Cut them off. Yeah. These need cutting. I mean, you can chuck them on half. Just what happens when you put them on the barbecue? You can just peel the. So they have got. I mean, you take the innards out if you want. You just run a knife, pull it out. But I would put them on whole. Okay, I'm going to mute this. No.